Adam will be here tomorrow.
Good morning.
Nice job.
I guess we're not being recorded today, so we don't have to go through mention our names as we start. So, good morning. This is the time and the place of the State Public Works Board meeting. It's August 26th, a couple minutes after 9 a.m. And we are going to start with the roll call. And I understand that Division Administrator Lewis will do the roll call for us.
Administrator Will Lewis for the record. So roll call. Chairman Adam Hand. Present. Vice Chair Kent Beckley.
Present.
Member Tito Taberti. Member Roy Walker.
Present. Present.
Member Phil Manley.
Present.
Member Joy Grimmer.
Present.
Member Kevin Lewis.
Present.
Mr. Chair, I think we have a quorum.
For your record, Tito Taberti is here now.
Let the record reflect. Administrator Will Lewis, Member Tito Taberti. Tito Taberti? Yes, sir. All right, he's here.
Thank you all. Okay, the second item on our agenda this morning is public comment. Do we have any public comment? Okay, it looks like we don't have any public comment this morning, so we can go on to item 3. And this is for possible action is accepting and approval of the Public Works Board meeting minutes from May 6, 2026. And we're going to pass on this item because we haven't quite caught up on reviewing our minutes. And we're rapidly approaching agenda item 4, which is presentation regarding preventive maintenance.
Yeah, good morning. Brian Walker, Deputy Administrator of Professional Services here at State Public Works. It's wonderful to see the board here in this room. This is a different room. You guys look excellent up there. So I just had just a little topic to talk about, preventative maintenance at the state. This is a follow-up from our last board meeting. And to help frame this is to kind of help pull together thoughts. Really, if you guys remember, we have a letter that this board has historically sent to the governor every 2 years along with the recommendation. And so this is the presentation to kind of help frame our current thoughts on what will be in the letter and just kind of what's going on with the CIP and maintenance projects overall. We thought it would be an excellent time to talk about this before the board heard all the projects over the next 2 days, just to help kind of frame what we're seeing and just kind of our thoughts on maintenance. So I just have some bullets I'll go over for you guys this morning. So kind of continuation from our last board meeting, we talked about the Lovelock Correctional Center. Currently, 5 of the 6 boilers at Lovelock are failed. Warranty coverage for the first 2 units were denied because of improper water treatment, which caused scale buildup in the boilers, which is a maintenance failure. 3 additional units failed since the warranty was denied. So we're down to 1 operating boiler. These boilers are relatively new. They were replaced by a CIP project in 2022. Corrections is working very hard to get the boilers replaced. I was just talking with them here. They're in the room with us this morning. And we're looking at about $600,000 or so to replace these 5 boilers. It's, there's 1 boiler running, so they do have heat, hot water there, but it's not something that could go on forever. The last boiler could fail at any time. also, as we get to the winter months, they need more than one boiler. So it's just kind of a frame of reference that we have some maintenance issues at the state that have caused early failures. And it's not to throw a dart at corrections per se. They are doing a wonderful job trying to address the situation. They're working with us, working with them to make the best of it. But it is something to point out for this board. What we're finding, and this is kind of a statement overall, not just corrections, other agencies, inadequate life shortens equipment life, comprises warranties, increases emergency costs. What we're seeing is when this happens, the CIP suffers. So we're watching CIP dollars go, I don't want to say increasingly, I think it's always been there, but it's becoming more apparent to us to products that have failed prematurely. And kind of the point of the discussion, and I think where we're trying to go with the letter, is it makes us look at maintenance funding for these agencies, where we can fund CIP projects over and over again, but without proper maintenance on the agency side and really agency maintenance funding, we're just never going to get there. We took a quick look at some of corrections replacement budgets, and it appears that, and I have to be careful saying this because I don't want to weigh in or judge how everybody else budgets at the state, but their maintenance is very low compared to what an industry standard should be. At Lovelock, it appears that the maintenance budget per year is like $300,000 for the entire facility. And so you think through that on these boilers, really the failure comes from not doing water softening treatments for water that's going through the boilers. It's not free. You have to have chemicals and supplies to make that work. And those, get close to $100,000 a year to make that really go for a facility like that. Well, that's a third of the budget. So we're looking at something that it's not quite working. So we're at a position where, we can replace the boilers, do CIP projects, but if the maintenance doesn't happen because they can't, it'll never get there. And the reason we're talking about that is we are noticing that. So if you remember the letter we've sent to the governor every 2 years, we talk about maintenance funding. So just as a reminder, when we first sent the letters, the first letter in 2016, the maintenance funding was $22 million a year in 2016. That's probably a statement on inflation and escalation, but that's where the maintenance funding was, and this board realized that just was not going to work. We weren't doing maintenance on our side of the house. The last CIP, we did $299 million in the 2025 CIP, which is amazing. And so that's great. We love that the board is doing that, and it's great the governor and the legislature are following through with it too. And by doing that, we had assumed the maintenance backlog was going to go down, down, and down. It is. The backlog is going down, but not as much as we want. And so that's why we're starting to talk about maintenance budgets and preventative maintenance by state agencies. It's the low-hanging fruit is what it is. So we're looking at that, and I think that's what we're thinking about framing the letter around to a governor this year to think about it that way, saying, hey, we need maintenance budgets to protect our CIP investments that are going into our state facilities. Otherwise, we will always have the CIP products coming back. We'll never get there. That was a mouthful. So I'll pause. And any questions?
Doesn't look like we have any questions. I will, I guess, thank you for doing that work to help us understand sort of why those cost. And I mean, in going through the materials, there's a lot of end of life, but some of those are 10 years, 15 years. It's like, that's not reasonable for equipment. So I'm glad that you've understood what's driving it and have a plan to try to prevent it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that's really poignant when you guys have reviewed the products that have been prepared for you. that is a theme when you see this is 10 years old, 15 years old, and you can tell something is not quite right. And there are a number of projects going through our system like that, that we might need to do the projects, even if, yeah, it's 15 years old. What are we doing? We still need to do it, but it's not fun.
Anything else?
Chair Hand, I guess I do have a question. So, practically, how is that implemented? Is that something the governor can do? Is that something per agency? How are those budgets adjusted to address more of the maintenance funding on the front end? Because we can send the letter, but what more can we do versus who really makes the call on that?
That's a great question. It's not something State Public Works can help with either. So state budgeting, each state agency is responsible for basically requesting their budget needs. So increased maintenance budgets would have to come through budget enhancements every cycle. It could also be something that maybe the state or the governor or the governor's finance office could look at that in particular to maybe help with that. I think the point of where I was going to go with that letter is we could raise the flag saying this is a need, something that needs to be looked at.
Member Walker, I'd like to include in that, I believe the letter should have some type of accountability with that, because the letters will go back and forth. There has to be accountability on whoever has the facility with the equipment in there. So to me, this is an accountability issue. And if there isn't enough budget money, there should be a source to get that budget money and get the proper people looking at the facilities.
Thank you. I can include that in the letter too.
You good? Thank you for the, again, the information, and I do have one sort of follow-up I should have brought up there. I know that there was an effort to look at some software to track maintenance, and what's the status of all that? Could you share, because that's probably the tool that could be used to answer Member Walker's question, really.
Yes, absolutely. I can talk about that. This is something State Public Works is working on. We have on our buildings and grounds side, they utilize a software called Maximo, which is basically a kind of a maintenance tracking software for agencies like ours who maintain multiple buildings. And so a software like that lets us track equipment age, work tickets that are issued for the equipment, and really kind of track what is going on. If there's equipment that is having repeated issues, that'll flag it. We can enter the preventative maintenance schedules on that. So for, boilers, you need to have water softening treatment. It needs to happen at a regular schedule. Work tickets can come out of the system, I'd say automatically. You have to enter the schedule, but basically automatically to ensure that it happens. And if the maintenance doesn't occur, that'll flag. And so that's something we're working very hard to, build up and get going for buildings and grounds. We're looking at basically trying to strengthen that within our agency. It's harder to implement that statewide for corrections and other agencies because that's outside of us. But that is something we want to continue talking, thinking, and looking at to see how to implement that. One thing we are talking about in our CIP projects when we deliver them to the agencies is we want to start including preventative maintenance schedules to the agencies so they understand. And I think that would be the first step towards when Member Walker is talking about accountability, how to, communicate what the maintenance is, and then we could start thinking about how to get reporting back or accountability on what has actually occurred. And so we're looking at what we can do on our side to get the communication towards accountability started.
Well, again, go ahead, Kevin. I guess giving them a schedule and making sure that the work gets done are two different things. And so I hope that giving them the schedule doesn't end there, because if the work doesn't get done, that's a waste of investment in generating the schedule to begin with, so. Do you have anything else that you want to bring forward?
No, I do not. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for the update. The next item is preliminary consideration, which is overview of the prioritized criteria and vision presentation. And are you up,
It's
Brian?
me again. Brian Walker, Deputy Administrator again. Thank you, Chair Hand. I think same thing. This will be a little bit quicker. Just a reminder of the board of our prioritizing criteria that we use to look at the project. We thought it would be a good time to bring this up for the board's just memory as well before we discuss projects. So we have prioritizing criteria for capital and facility maintenance. And I'll just start by going over the capital construction criteria. So when we look at our projects and we talk about first essential government facilities, and we think about them in this order: institutional, governance, public safety, Nevada's National Guard, then Nevada Division of Forestry, which is fire and dispatch, agriculture, which is primarily food distribution, and then the DMV. After that first batch, then we think about other facilities at the state. This is not in an order, but agriculture, the rest of forestry, administration, wildlife, veterans, museums, cultural affairs, parks, and higher education. And so that's just how we think about the agencies. We also think about priority for capital construction for new projects, things that are mandated by law, life safety, previously approved projects, owned versus lease space. If we're able to move into owned space. We do think about percentage of non-state funding, because we do get considerable, usually federal grant funding on new projects from some agencies. Required level of control, which is kind of correction type things, level of service to the project, and finally facility condition needs index, FCNI, which is the status of the current buildings. The maintenance projects, I'll go over that a little bit quicker. Most of the list is the same, but on maintenance projects, these are projects where we are not building a new building or making a programmatic project, but we are just maintaining what we have. The key thing on there is we really look at legal requirements, ADA, court orders, legal requirements, and then life safety issues, code violations or seismic issues are the key things on there. And so when we are looking at the projects that are going to be presented, of course, there's going to be way more projects presented than the state can fund. It's always the case. And so we use this prioritization criteria to help, weigh what's in front of us to consider what's important. This is the same criteria. I think it's been unchanged for many years, which is not a bad thing. I think it is wise, but it does help, guide our thought process. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? If not, then we will move on to the for possible action agency presentation of the CIP request to the board. And in the past, we've had some challenges with presentations being out of order, and the board having difficulty following the materials. And so today we ask that everybody stick to the organization that's in our packages. We don't want to hear something that's out of the order that's in the package.
Good morning. Kent LaFever for the record. I'm representing the Department of Corrections in their presentation for the CIPs for this biennium. Joining me at the podium here is Director Zarenda, Department of Corrections, and also in the audience our support Deputy Director of Support Services, Todd Myler. The Department of Corrections proposed 45 CIPs for State Public Works consideration to continue its mission at 16 facilities. In addition, NDOC has added 70 projects to this list that we won't really get into because we don't have time. But these projects are certainly just as important, but we've taken a hard look at what we can present to you this morning. The Nevada State Department of Corrections will improve public safety by ensuring safe and humane environments that incorporate proven rehabilitation initiatives that prepare individuals for success and integration into the communities. Our vision is to reduce victimization and recidivism by providing offenders with incentives for self-improvement and the tools to effect change. Today our presentation will go as follows. We'll talk about population projections briefly. The director will cover that. And then I'll go briefly into the master plan overview for the department. And then we'll dive into the CIPs. Director.
So this is James Render for the record. When you talk about JFA, JFA is a company that the state has hired many years ago to do all the projections for the prison population on what the future is going to look like, and we base it on how we're going to do our budgets and increasing bed space. When you look at what happened good for the state back in 2018, this bill AB 236 actually changed a lot of the sentencing structures and sentences. It moved a lot of class 2 felonies down to class 3. That it didn't make sense, that needed to be actual incarceration that could have been handled a little differently with community sentencing rather than prison sentences. So what happened with that is it ended up putting our population change in our population classification. We had less offenders that were doing short term. We got the more violent offenders in, which means that it's going to be more difficult to be able to separate people, and you have to have higher security level facilities. So that's why when you start looking at some of the camps that we were closing around the state, we were closing them because we don't have the inmates to meet that criteria anymore. That could fall into the places of community transition and because they're higher level violent crimes that we're getting that are being incarcerated. So what ended up happening in our system is now we have a backlog and we ran out of bed space. We ran out of medium bed space. So we have a backlog for even people that don't even qualify to get into minimum security. And when we say we're short of bed space, everyone's saying, well, why are you closing prisons? Well, we're closing minimum camps because we don't have classification for that, but our populations are going up. According to the JFA report that comes in every year, they projected a continuous 2% increase in our population. So that means we're going to even be worse off when it comes up. That's why it's important with capital improvement projects that we can actually manage the facilities and have the bed space available. The HVAC system's working, the plumbing is all working, so that we can actually have less closed cells or closed housing units. Right now we have certain housing units that don't even operate. So these CIP projects are a lot geared towards around our population structure changing. So I just wanted to make sure you understood what that was and what was actually happening. So when you look at our overall population, like I said, the population's going down right now, but the actual numbers of the higher security are going up, which is harder for us to manage. But just wanted to put that out there because you're hearing about these camp closures, and it's just because we don't have the sentencing structure to be able to fill those beds. Anyway, you can continue that. The female population is another area where we are watching closely. We only have one facility in the state that manages all female populations. When we run out of beds there, that's what I get more worried about with projects that have to happen down the road to increase other areas to be able to hold women. But the women's population is projected to keep going, and like I said, it was still 2%, but 2.4%. So we're watching that close. Our bed space is very limited at our female facility, and that's gonna be, our capacity is gonna be issues down the road. And capital improvement projects are important to make sure that we can manage it. A little graph that we just showed, just so you can have it so that you understand what I'm talking about. When you talk about the bed space, we shifted also security of different units. We found out that in like Ely, we couldn't get enough staff that we could hire to manage the higher security population because we couldn't hire people out in that area. We're still at 48% vacancies for correction officers. When you're also talking about accountability for maintenance issues, when you talk about Lovelock and Ely, we can't even get maintenance staff to work there. We can't find them. We can't hire them. We lower our standards. So like at the Lovelock Correctional Center, we'll find a welder. Lowered it because he has some type of training that'll help us, but we don't need really welding work. We need plumbing, we need electrical. But then that person that we hire starts learning about plumbing and electrical, and how are they gonna work on boilers when it's not even their expertise? And that's what happens when we don't have the staff. And we've been going at Lovelock and Ely for probably some months, probably 3-4 months without any maintenance person. So when you talk about preventative maintenance projects, how do we do preventative maintenance when we don't have any maintenance staff? So just wanted to throw it out there. Our areas of the rural areas are a little more difficult, and that's why it's gonna be more important for these contracted out preventative maintenance plans. Just what the JFA presented to us, which could be for your record. It just shows where we look at for the future, which they plan for our future. They're not always accurate, just to let you know. That's all we have, because that's the company they hired when I've been watching them since 2016. Their projections to me are a little over. I project it, when I see their projections, I always look at, they're probably gonna be a little over, because they can't tell when you get new judges in what the sentences will actually look like, so it could change, but they're always over. But if we do look at this, we're looking at even new facilities. How are we gonna start managing the population? Well, you have no beds now, and it goes up 2, 3, 4,000 in the next 10 years. So that's gonna be brought up again and again about capital improvement. We do have plans of a new facility that we already have the engineering and all that done. We just don't have it on the plate to continue with the process now, but we do have plans already where the facility would be built and how many beds and all the infrastructure around it has already been prepared with engineering. Go again.
Thank you. Kent LaFever for the record. So our master plan overview for the department is as follows. This is kind of the 30,000 foot level, but Northern Nevada Correctional Center culinary replacement, which I'll be talking about in just a minute. The Southern Desert Correctional Center new housing units. We do actually have 2 housing units that have been designed a couple of bienniums ago, and they're waiting for funding and the population to justify these new housing units. 2 housing units, which is roughly 635 beds. The director mentioned camp enclosures. We're going to be talking about that during my presentation. And then also in the 10-year horizon, a new regional medical facility in the south. I will tell you that back in 2008, the Prison 8 was designed for High Desert State Prison area on that campus, and it included a RMF, a regional medical facility for the south. So I think that, a little dusting off, it's been in the drawer for 10 years, but a little dusting off and we'll be able to get that back up and running and hopefully deliver that project within the next 10-year window. This is a list of facility abbreviations, and I won't read every one of those, But you'll find during the presentation that sometimes we morph back to the acronym because it's easier to say. Like, for example, High Desert State Prison, HDSP. So just for a reference. Next slide. So diving into our CIP presentation proper, this is the number one project for the department this biennium, and that is the Northern Nevada Correctional Center Culinary, Laundry, and Bakery. This particular project will replace a culinary that was built in 1964 and originally supported a population of about 600 inmates. The population has almost tripled since then, and core facilities have not kept pace. Moreover, the existing facility is fraught with health code violations, inefficiencies, poor design that make preparing upwards of 5,000 meals daily a very challenging prospect. In 2011, the legislature approved a new culinary for Southern Desert Correctional Center here in Indian Springs to address the needs of the offenders in that facility. This project for NNCC is overdue by at least 15 years for all the same reasons that Southern Desert Correctional Center got a new culinary in 2011. This facility will be equipped with state-of-the-art culinary equipment and be ready for service for NNCC Warm Springs Stewart Camp for the next 30 years. When opened, this facility will be a code compliant with all state building health codes and regulations. So here is priority number one. $77 million is the estimated cost for this piece of work. Priority number two is to replace the housing unit doors and controls at units 11 and 12. So this is the last, at High Desert State Prison, this is the last door project that we'll have hopefully for a while, because we've cycled through all of the other housing units and we're finally down to the last two. And these aren't cheap doors. We're talking about $5,000 to $10,000 per door at a project cost of $19 million.
This is James Renda again. What's really important with this is when you're talking about High Desert State Prison, which you probably don't know, it's our only state prison in the state right now, the highest security level. These doors that are in these two units, actually, we've had offenders that actually were able to pop these doors themselves. That's where we're getting these stabbings happening, these very dangerous situations for officers. The doors have been so old and so worn down, rollers worn down, the tracks are all worn down that they have so much play in them. There's certain doors in those units that they can actually pop those doors and come out themselves, which is extremely dangerous. Just want to throw that out there, how serious this is.
Thank you. Priority number three is the perimeter fence upgrades at Ely State Prison. So last session, we were funded for perimeter fence upgrades at Southern Desert. And what that did is we put a lethal, non-lethal fence down the middle of the perimeter fence. So you have two perimeter fences all the way around the facility. And we added another one in the middle, which is a lethal, non-lethal fence, similar to what we have at High Desert. Not as sophisticated, maybe in some respects more sophisticated. But we're going to be doing that, proposed doing that at Ely State Prison as well, because now the population up there is mediums. And so that population has more access to the yard time and to the fence. And so we need to get that fence strengthened. Not that it isn't a bad fence, good looking fence, but it's a passive fence and easy to defeat if you're a determined inmate. So item number three is the perimeter fence at Ely State Prison, $16 million. Also at Ely State Prison is the additional water storage tank and storage tank rehabilitation at Ely. This is priority number 4. And let me explain a little about this project. When I was chief of plant at Corrections, we had divers that went into the tank and did an assessment of the tank, not only there but all around the state. But when they came back with a recommendation that this thing needed to be replaced in the next 10 years, we need to start listening, because inside that tank there's a fine lining, and when that lining starts getting what we call micro blisters, it's like little boils all over inside the tank, and when those pop, then the water is exposed directly to the metal of the tank. And over time, that will compromise the metal and eat it away, rust it away, until there's nothing left. We had that same problem of a tank failure in Lovelock about, I want to say 10 years ago, and I certainly don't want to repeat that here. But this particular project, $4 million, will buy us a new water tank and refurbish the old one and give the new tank and the old tank connectivity so that they talk to each other, so that we have redundant water service. Moving on, the item number 5 is to replace the culinary equipment at Ely State Prison. This particular project is mostly equipment in nature. The culinary at Ely was already funded for a new flooring and piping project this past biennium, and that's all completed now. But there's one piece of the pie that wasn't funded, and that was the actual stainless steel, the ovens, the cooking equipment, and so on. So that's $9.8 million to replace the culinary equipment at Ely State Prison.
Could we, if board members have questions along the way, could we pause for just a minute at the end, the presentation of each one of these, in case they've got questions?
Sure.
That'd be pretty good with that. Thank you.
Board Member Walker, on your storage tank, your 600,000 gallon storage tank at Ely, do you have secondary storage at this time?
Count LaFever, for the record, no, there is not. That is the only water source for Ely State Prison.
Are you going to keep the existing tank? Are you going to rehabilitate the existing tank when you add the secondary storage?
Count LaFever, for the record, yes. We will rehabilitate the existing tank.
Can the interior tank lining be put on a maintenance schedule? Because that is a maintenance item.
Yes. Yes, that can be put on a maintenance schedule.
The question on Lovelock, the new doors, and you described perfectly an issue that I have when you say worn out rollers, worn out tracks, and clean clay. I looked at that as maintenance. And
So this is James Render for the record. When that facility was built, and it's High Desert, not Lovelock, when High Desert was built, the company that actually built that, a lot of those door companies don't exist anymore. So it's more a replacement of parts that we can't even get. We can't even get the motors. So those motors don't even exist anymore. So we have our own staff, or we ask Public Works to actually fabricate something to try to put in place. But it's very difficult to find a lot of these parts because they don't even exist anymore.
then an overall question, where you have a 2% population increase, it takes roughly how long from inception of a plan for expanding bed capacity to when it's built? How long is your forward look from the, I don't recall, JCP report?
In my experience with building these new prisons, we built a lot when we expanded in the 90s. When you build these new prisons, it takes almost 4 years from when you start having the approval processes and going through to the inception till you actually can put a person in there. If that's what you were looking for.
That, exactly. Looking for. Thank you.
Okay, Kent LaFever for the record. Moving on to CIP slide 17 in our presentation, item number 6, the underground fuel tank replacement at Ely State Prison. This is again an OSHA and EPA item that is requiring us to take the old tanks out of the ground, which they've been there for 25 years. And after cleaning the site, putting new tanks, new fuel tanks, and these are number 2 fuels, gasoline also on this particular tank, to a site that's above ground and in a containment basin. So we'll be doing that for Ely, and also you'll see in a few minutes we're doing that for another facility. Priority number 7 is to take housing units.
Member Walker, this, your
I can't hear you.
I see you have 2 products, and you have 5 underground tanks, and you're going to replace them with 4 above ground tanks. What are your fuel capacity storage with your 2 products?
It's roughly, I'm going to wing it here. I think we're talking about 1,000 to 2,000 gallons per product, especially for like gasoline. The number 2 fuel, the diesel fuel, is a lot more, like 5,000 to 6,000 gallons per product, because that's what they run the boilers on.
So in the construction cost detail is my reference. There are 4 above ground tanks for $115,000 each. A monitoring systems for a 10,000 gallon above ground tank. Is the monitoring system for all 4 of the above ground tanks, or is it for one of the 4,000 gallon tanks? When I went through the math, I was confused on there's a conversion to numbers, and then there's a conversion to gallons.
I would defer that question to Public Works staff.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Off the top of my head, I'm not exactly sure how that's coming together. We will look into that, and before this project is finalized, we can make sure that is exactly as it should be.
We've replaced a 10,000 gallon above ground storage with software and stuff, and the replacement cost was far less than what is asked for in this budget for just one. Adding the remoteness to Ely, I still have some gap in price to the budget that is here. And the remediation of the 75,000 doesn't help bridge that gap. So can you check into the budget amount?
Yes, we will. I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Kent LaFever for the record. Moving on to item 8, priority number 8. And I hope I didn't miss one. But this is for the housing units 1 through 5 evaporative cooling systems replacement at Stewart Conservation Camp, $1.3 million. The Stewart Camp has been serviced over the years by small package units, and that's what this is replacing. Priority number 9, advanced planning for the generators and power distribution systems and renovation at Lovelock Correctional Center. This particular project will replace the generators and the power distribution at Lovelock, and it's been problematic, I will say, it's been problematic for at least 15 years. The switchgear and the distribution in that electrical room. And so this $1.2 million project will correct all that and get the facility back in ship shape. Item number 10.
Member Manley, I got a question on that one. So, if we're to approve the advanced planning on that, what's the rough cost for the actual construction?
You got that?
I don't have the rough cost for construction in front of me. I could come back with that at a later meeting, but looking at this, the construction cost on the right side of the column, if you're looking at the project, is 10 million. That's hard construction cost that would get escalated. This would project, I think, close to a 15 to 20 million future construction project next session.
Yeah, and if, Member Manley, for the record, I might have a similar question throughout the day, because one of the things I'm cognizant of is committing significant money to design without knowing the feasibility of the construction. And I think across the agencies, we're committing a lot of money to advanced planning that doesn't come to fruition for construction projects. So I would like to see, okay, if we're going to commit to advanced planning, let's analyze the feasibility of the actual construction, so we're not in a sunken cost situation where we plan something that never comes to fruition. So that's kind of the context of the question.
Absolutely. That's something we could provide on planning projects moving forward.
Okay, Kent LaFever for the record, moving to slide 18. Item number 11, cell door renovation for units 1 at Lovelock Correctional Center. And I'd like to take item number 12 together, because that's units 2 at Lovelock Correctional Center. And so these two projects are similar to what we're facing in High Desert State Prison, in replacing doors and door locks and controls in those two projects.
Got to switch the slide so they don't confuse people. There it is.
Oh, I thought we were already there. Sorry about that. Item number 13 is to replace the electrical door motors and door tracks at High Desert. These again are important aspects of that prison, and they compartmentalize cell blocks and manage population. This particular project is estimated at $6.6 million. Item number 14.
Member Walker, I have a question on both the High Desert and the Lovelock door replacement with the electronics and all the keys. Are we using the same company? Are all the prisons going to have similar equipment put in them?
I think, Brian Walker for the record, I think similar. It depends on the prison, whether it's a swing or a slide. I think there's some changes or just some differences between the different facilities. And same company, I don't know, I would say that necessarily, because this is, public works construction. So we have different contractors putting in the different components, which oftentimes, are basically custom designed and built for each facility. But I do know that when we do these projects, we have the same couple project managers. Believe it or not, our electrical engineers typically do this work, and so we try to use the same design team, same managers on our side to have similar products at each facility.
We find one and stick with that kind of source, so on the maintenance side, there is an increased chance of extended life?
Yes, we could look at standardizing to increase the maintenance or increase the understanding of maintenance to increase the projected life on these. We can. You notice there is a theme. The door control projects at prisons, they keep coming. We do a lot of it.
Okay.
Member Lewis for the record here. I just wanted to ask, this is a quantified question. I wanted to find out just the annual shortfall in the maintenance funding needed to prevent premature equipment failures across your facilities. Are you able to quantify that? Are you putting together reports now that really justify and at least can show a narrative or a story, what has transpired?
I don't know if, this is Jim Zarenda, I don't know if this will help, but when we talk about maintenance contingency money, we usually run out of that money within the first 4 months. So then the rest of the years, we're scrapping around and trying to beg for more money to be able to replace things, fix things, modernize things that are not capital improvement, but we're constantly looking every biennium, we're looking at increasing our deferred maintenance money, but it's not enough for the things that we have on a 24/7 operation, so that affects it as well.
Okay. Member Lewis for the record here. My suggestion is, I think last time we spoke about case studies, this might have to be added as far as to our letter to the governor. We need to provide case studies. And this is a prime example. If you could add, in addition to that particular case, let's add a few more of those.
Okay, Kent LaFever for the record. Moving on to item 14, the repair of the transfer switch at High Desert State Prison. This particular switch has been in place since the prison began 26 years ago. And so it's just worn out through time and space and needs to be replaced at the price of $1.1 million. Item 15 is the culinary replacement and piping replacement at High Desert State Prison. This particular project will replace the steam boilers, cooling towers, refrigeration, and some other miscellaneous equipment with respect to the culinary at High Desert. Next slide. Item number 16, priority 16, is the additional funding. I would call it supplemental funding for Project 25M17, the Lovelock Correctional Center remodel of the existing culinary. This particular project is being requested to augment $8.7 million already approved for a total project cost of $16.5 million. Again, a much needed culinary renovation in one of our older facilities. Item number 17.
So on Member Manley, can you explain that one a little more, please? So there was a previous project to renovate the kitchen, but it only got us about halfway, I guess, or why wasn't it? This is contemplated in the previous project.
Kent LaFever for the record. Excuse me. So in the last biennium, in the 25 biennium, we were funded for $8.7 million to do the renovation of the design, I should say the design and some construction of the culinary at Lovelock. And so during the design process, it was discovered that we had more of everything that was broke that needed to be fixed, including freezers, walk-in freezers, walk-in coolers, the scullery, which is the dishwashing area, had to be redone. And so it was just, the scope was just so much more than originally anticipated. Whose fault is that? Well, when you open a wall and find out that half of the studs are rotted away, it's really nobody's fault, but you've got to address it. You can't just close the wall up and walk away. So there's lots more infrastructure type issues than we anticipated. And that's why this additional request. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, item number 17 is HVAC system replacements at Lovelock Correctional Center. This is routine maintenance really for the housing units at Lovelock Correctional Center. Those units have been 25 years on the roof, and it's time to replace them. Item number 18 is the direct digital control systems for Florence McClure Women's Correctional Center. And what that means is the digital controls that are there are original to the building, built in 1997. And so technology and time and space has outstripped what we have now to replace them with digital controls that will control the whole building in one convenient location with updated software. This also helps increase the energy efficiency of that facility. Instead of having 30 or 40 rooftop units that have to be managed individually, you'll be able to do that from a single computer and get better results in terms of HVAC performance for the building. Item number 19 is the main water supply and valve waste piping replacement at Florence McClure Women's Correctional Center. And this is, again, another infrastructure item that just needs to be done because of age. These existing pipes, I would say the existing culinary, or not culinary, but copper pipes that are in the hallways have been up there for 25 plus years, almost 30 years. And over time, you get water in those pipes and they start pitting away at the copper. And so pretty soon, the walls of the copper piping, even though it may be very thick to begin with, we get little pinhole leaks that spray water everywhere, all over the hallways. So this particular project is going to replace that. And then there's some waste piping that is in the ground underneath the maneuvering area for trucks that needs to be replaced, just simply because it's too small to keep up with the volume of water. The last time I looked in there, that thing looked like a torrent of wastewater going to the sewer plant. Item number 20, the wastewater treatment ponds and rehabilitation at Ely State Prison. So this particular project will replace the aerators, the grinder, what we call a muffin monster, which separates the garbage coming down the effluent pipe from the facility, and replace other miscellaneous equipment in order to get that system properly working again. When a wastewater system is working properly, it doesn't give off odor. I don't know if you knew that or not, but when it's working properly, you don't have an odor. Right now, the wastewater system at Ely smells terrible. I mean, you can't get within 500 feet of that system and not notice it. So this is another case of maintenance that needs to be managed and also followed up on. But the existing equipment is 27 years old, I think. It might even be 30 years old. And so it's time to get some new equipment in that system. Next slide.
Member Lewis, for the record. In addition to that, can you provide the current operational condition of the system and when the last comprehensive conditional assessment was performed? This is a potential good case study.
Kent Lefevre, for the record, yes, you're right. This is a good case study. Item number 20, or I'm sorry, 21, is the replacement of the laundry equipment at Ely State Prison. This particular equipment is running on its last leg. It's being held together with duct tape and baling wire. There's one operational dryer and there's two operational washing machines, commercial grade. And so this particular project will just replace, like for like, the equipment that is in the laundry room with new equipment so that they can keep up with the increased demand. Item number 20.
Just wanted to throw one more thing on that. When you talk about the laundry equipment at Ely, to try to understand the history of that equipment, facility was only really designed for 600 offenders. And it's been like that forever, except for 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it's now 1,200. So when you double the population, those weren't even designed to even last this long for 600. Now we have 1,200 at that facility, just a little FYI.
Member Manley, for the record, smaller project than a lot of them we're talking about today, but I think it's maybe a good example or case study. Use my colleague's phrase. I'm looking here. Total construction cost $381,000. That's with remote site contingency at 20%, secure facility allowance of 20%. Yet, the entire project is looking at $831,000, an additional $450,000. Seems to be a pretty straightforward, like you said, change out like to like. I'm just trying to understand the cost implication. I think we see this across the board on a lot of the projects where it's like, this is very expensive, and I think this is a good example on a smaller scale of, we're looking at a pretty straightforward project, $381,000, yet the state is paying $831,000. Trying to understand that from my perspective of how we get from a $381,000 project to the state paying $831,000 for it.
Yeah, I could try to respond to that question. Thank you, Member Manley. So the 381 you're seeing on the right side, that is it has a couple things that add to it. The first thing, that is in today's dollars, it's an unescalated number. If you go over to the left column, you can see how that 381,500 moves into other items. We usually add we do add construction contingency, which in this case is a 15% of the construction cost, and that's in that middle kind of group there. And so we have other costs like that add to that 381. So construction contingency, the top block, which is professional services, includes money for design. We typically pay architects or engineers about 9% of the construction cost to get there. We have various plan checks. It says PWT, Project Management and Inspection. We call that PM&I. That's the fee for state public works staff to manage the project. This project in particular, we have some other design items, structural observations, hazardous materials evaluation, which is because of the age of the facility. We're anticipating hazardous materials abatement. And then down at the bottom, a sizable chunk on this too is we've identified temporary facilities, which for this project would be temporary laundry equipment that needs to come in while we're doing the project to maintain laundry services. And so, yeah, you're right. You look at that right side, $381,000 translates oftentimes into a lot higher project cost when we're done. When you add a lot of different pieces into it as well.
Right, and it just seems high, just to be frank, and it's across the board on a lot of, we're talking 381,000, the dollars go up to 800, but we're looking at other jobs that are 10 million, now it's 30 million, it's magnified with the bigger ones. Just I guess more of an observation or a comment than really a question, but I thought this was a good example to kind of show that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Item number 22, replacing housing unit 7 doors, locks, and controls at Southern Desert Correctional Center. So that's a $5.4 million project. We just recently replaced doors and locks in, I believe it was 3 housing units at Southern Desert. And so this is just moving through Southern Desert with the rest of doors and lock replacements. And if you've, maybe the director can comment on this, if you've seen these doors, these inmates take a metal door that's 14 gauge steel and turn it into a dish by just beating on it with their feet or against their bodies. They've just compromised these doors, and it's incredible what they can do with a metal door and a lot of time on their hands. Item number 23, replacing domestic water heaters and water source heat pumps at Southern Desert Correctional Center. Again, this I would put in the category of maintenance that needs to be done because of the service life of the equipment. It's simply just wearing out because that's what mechanical stuff does. Item number 24 is the well and pump replacement at Southern Desert Correctional Center. This particular project is really critical to the water supply at Southern Desert. Not only does it supply water, this well field, to 6,000 inmates on a daily basis at the average consumption of about 150 gallons of water per person. It also supplies water to the operations of the buildings, including cooling towers, hot loops, cooling loops, domestic, culinary, you name it. This is our water source. And so this needs to be given a very hard look when you make your decisions to the governor. There are 3 wells right now out there that are just limping along. Wells 2, 5, and just recently well 3, which had another hiccup. We have well 6 out there, which is doing the lion's share of the work. But this particular project is to replace well number 4, which used to be the main workhorse of producing water at this campus. So again, if we don't have the wells, we don't have a prison. We have to have well operations in tip-top condition.
What might be important for this to understand too is that complex up there is about 7,000 beds. So if you ever had to, if you lose a well, all the wells and you have to evacuate, we would have to find place for 7,000 high security offenders, which wouldn't happen, but we'd have to go to other states. But that's how serious that complex is because of the type of offenders and the numbers that are up there.
Member Lewis, for the record. When was each well last inspected, and when was the last comprehensive condition assessment performed, including the yield test and downhole inspections?
I don't have that information on my fingertips. We'll get it for you.
Thank you.
Member Walker, with the critical nature of this and your ranking at 24, should this be moved up into ranking? Because we do not rank them.
So this is James Vender for the record. So we went over all these rankings with all of our senior staff and with Public Works, and all these are pretty dangerous and serious things that we're talking about. And any one of them, even doors, if we don't replace these door mechanisms and that happens, what do we do with those inmates? Most of those doors are in our death row units, the higher security units. You talk about the generators. We lose a generator, we lose a facility. So it's like, how do you start prioritizing the numbers of this when you're looking at generators? We're looking at the HVAC systems. They don't work. I got to evacuate. All these, to me, it was like we've had 50 of these in priority. All 50 are number 1 priorities in our agency. And it's like, how do you even change things around?
We don't put the priority down.
Yeah.
You put the priority down. So
Yeah.
you understand your business, and
Yeah, no, I know that.
and we look from a whole different perspective.
So what we do is we try to weigh out, relying on like Public Works to say, okay, could we get like 18 months out? And then we can't get 16 months or 14 months out of a generator? So we end up start prioritizing out which is gonna last longer, or we think will. And when you talk about, these priority things, you look at, how do we even know?
Member Lewis, for the record here. Kent, Brian, James, maybe what we might have to institute in these categories, which are fantastic that you've created, from safety, security, infrastructure, energy, we might have to add a Likert scale on all of these various variables. So then that gives us a little bit more coding on the depth. Because even if I look at infrastructure, yeah, it's checked, but to what degree? So that could be a 5-point Likert or a 7-point Likert, and we categorize that. We need more characteristic of the story, right? And it provides that color of exactly what you just said.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Moving on to item number 25 is replacing underground tanks at Northern Nevada Correctional Center. This is similar to what I described at Ely State Prison, taking the existing fuel tanks out of the ground and putting them on, basically on skids above grade. Next slide. So these, I'd like to take all three of these, 26, 27, and 28 together, if that's okay, Chairman. And that is the demolishment of these camps throughout the state. We've listed here Humboldt Conservation Camp, Tonopah Camp, and Wells Camp on this particular list. And that is to do what I would call a down and out demolition, taking it back to its original state.
And I think it might be important, why is it important when we don't have anyone in there to demolish them? When we were talking about Silver Springs, which was closed, a camp closed over 10, 15 years ago, we've been getting constant calls. We don't monitor them anymore once we close them. We got calls from the Lyon County Sheriff's Office that there's people living in them. They had overdoses, multiple hospital trips. They didn't have any deaths, but they said the state would be liable for it. We have no way to staff it once it's closed. So if you keep these camps open, eventually it becomes their own city, and we have to make sure that we get them back. And the contracts that we have for the lease agreements would be that we have to return it back to natural setting. So that's why they have to be demolished based upon the agreements we made with mostly with BL&M.
Member Manley, for the record, two questions on these. One goes to the ranking, because I saw these are 26, 27, 28. There's another one down at 45. So why is that one at 45 and not bunched with these?
The Ely one?
Carlin?
I think it's Ely or Wells.
So there's two camps right now that are still under negotiations with the town. When you talk about Carlin, they we're still negotiating with the town because they may buy it from us and buy the infrastructure, so we don't have to demolish it, but the contract we made with BLM says we have to. So we're hoping that they actually take it over so we can remove any demolition from Carlin. When you talk about Ely, what happened with Ely, it has to be demolished. However, we still have our communication center inside the Ely camp. If we demolish it, we lose all radio and telephone communications to the Ely State Prison. So they're a little more complicated. Those two locations only could be why they were brought out of disorder.
Second question is these descriptions reference this project is contingent upon approval of funding for the lease of another site in the area to provide an operations center for continued conservation efforts. Can you explain that a little more?
So James Renner, for the record, I know NDF is looking to, they were trying to have some funding to be able to utilize them for whether it's off-site or off-season firefighters. I don't see that happening, but I think that could have also distorted what you're talking about with trying to get funding for firefighting staffing or equipment from them, if that's what you mean.
Member Manley, for the record, I guess I'm just trying to understand, if we recommend these projects, you know, where's that other funding coming from? Is that a NDOC or another agency? And I just don't really understand what that explanation is in the project costs, project justification piece. For all of these have the same line.
So I'm assuming, the Public Works may know, but I'm assuming it's because all those leases for these camps are not just corrections, they're double leased. So it's a contract that we did with NDF, so it's split costs between the two. And that might be what the issue is.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to understand the question. The funding for this would be just full CIP funding. It doesn't matter which agency it's recorded under. We've included these projects under corrections because the property overall has been assigned to corrections, even though there are other state agencies that have facilities on the property, like forestry. So we've landed this project as a corrections project inside the CIP. When funded, it doesn't really matter what department the project resides within, though. It's still full CIP funding.
Member Manley, it looks like there's other funding that's necessary. If you go to the project justification, the last sentence says, this project is contingent upon approval of funding for the lease of another site in the area to provide an operation center for continued conservation efforts. And I think that same line item is in all of these demo projects.
Understood. Okay, thank you for that.
I'm just trying to understand
Yeah.
what that is.
Yeah, I was not aware of that line in there. We will look at that.
Okay. Kent LaFever for the record. I've been asked to speed it up because we're running out of time. So if you'll indulge me, I'll read the rest of these projects and then entertain any questions at the end. First of all, I'm on page 21, item 29, priority 29, which is the fiber optic infrastructure for NNCC. That particular project is to update the fiber for NNCC. It's also because there is no capacity at NNCC in the existing fiber for new bandwidth. And when you're adding cameras and door systems and communications systems, you've got to have more bandwidth. So that's what item number 29 is. And then item 30 is guard tower renovations. These are basically carpentry repairs to the Lovelock Correctional Center guard towers. Next page, 22, the culinary renovation at Stewart Camp. Again, more stainless steel for the culinary at Stewart Camp. Installing water pumps and water pump replacement bypass apparatus for Lovelock Correctional Center. This again is another project. We could put this in the same category as number 1 or number 2. It's a project that needs to be taken care of and taken seriously, because if we don't have water service to Lovelock, we don't have a prison. Item number 33 is housing units 5 and 6 water controls at Lovelock. So this is taking water controls inside the Chase and controlling the water that is used by the inmates, so they can't flush constantly. We've done this at Southern Desert and also at High Desert, where we've been able to control the consumption that the inmates use in terms of water, and it's really helping in terms of the water use for the campus. Item 34 is advanced planning for showers rehabilitation at High Desert State Prison. Item number 35 is plumbing fixture replacement at Florence McClure. That's where we will change the china, the porcelain at those facilities to stainless steel.
Excuse me, Administrator Will Lewis for the record. We are already over the time slot that we have for this agency. So, Mr. LaFever, if you could just give us a summation and wrap up if you're in agreement with that, Chairman Hand.
Okay, Kent LaFever for the record. So obviously I don't have time to take you through the last 10 projects, but I would like to point out that our total request before the board today is $304 million in requests. So let's put that in perspective. You think 304 million and everyone gets sticker shock, right? Last session, the Department of Health and Human Services got $441 million from this board. The Department of Administration was approved for almost 200 million. We were approved for 154 million. Now, I'm not complaining that you gave me 154 million, but what I would like to emphasize is that as we've discussed this morning, all these projects really are number ones. It's time to give the Department of Corrections a bigger allocation. We operate 16 facilities statewide. We respectfully ask that you award the full amount of 304 million, plus the statewide projects, which DOA will talk about tomorrow. Thank you for your consideration. And with that, Director, do you have any comments?
Member Hand, for the record, thank you for your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
I will do my best to make up a little bit of time. I don't want Wilford Dunner getting after me. Director J.J. Goycochea, Nevada Department of Agriculture. So in the interest of time, I'll go ahead and get started right through these. All right, our first project is project number 27083. It's an HVAC system addition for a warehouse right here in Las Vegas. If you step outside and look away, you can actually see this facility. It is a new construction. We actually, it was constructed and we purchased it 24-25. Unfortunately, this warehouse was constructed without central HVAC. Not a big deal, right? Everybody understands that. It's a warehouse. Well, it is a warehouse in that it is a problem in that this warehouse stores food. So we have refrigerated and frozen inside. Those are working fine, but our dry goods are also in there. So you take a morning like this morning, that ambient air temperature inside that facility was actually higher than what 7 CFR 250.14 would recommend we store our food at. We need to stay under 85 degrees if we can. It was above 85 degrees this morning. So we're running 3 big portable swamp coolers, evaporative coolers in there right now, doing the best we can. Obviously, once that temperature gets up to 100, 110 degrees, we open the door. That it doesn't do us any good. So we're rotating a lot of food through there. I will notice that this warehouse serves 14 of the 16 USDA food programs. So we are an agency, and Nevada is unique in that. There's not very many states that the Department of Agriculture manages that many food programs. We do. We don't do WIC, we don't do SNAP, but if it's actual physical food, we probably touch it. That's school lunch, that's TFAP, that's those kind of foods. When we had the government shut down last fall, we actually worked with our partners, and at one time we had 9 semi-loads of food stored in this facility. So it is critical. You can see we do have some pictures on there, and I won't take a lot of time on that, but this is probably one of the most important things that we could ask for, just for the simple case of food safety and food spoilage. We don't want to have that problem. And obviously, Mr. Chair, if there's questions as we go forward, interrupt me at any time. Our second project, 27088, is HVAC in an incinerator system at the headquarters in Sparks. While this building is not that old, it was constructed in 2009, we are continuing to see some problems with how our air is mixing in this facility. We house 4 laboratories in here as well, an animal disease lab, chemistry lab, a fertilizer lab, and a plant pathology lab. Our staff 2 years ago were actually wearing ice packs slung on strings underneath their smocks to try to stay cool in the labs while they were working. We could not get those air conditioners to circulate enough air through those laboratories. We continue to call in, we continue to have service work done on this, we're continuing to do the maintenance, but it is simply just a matter of we're not keeping up. And so we're eating a bigger and bigger hole in our budget all the time on the HVAC. We are a large public safety and public health laboratory. So we have a microbiology lab in there, and if those reagents aren't kept at a proper temperature, we're in trouble. If our staff isn't in there, isn't comfortable in there, we're in trouble. When we get to the incinerator portion of this, it is the bricks inside that incinerator are starting to separate a little bit from that mortar. We've had a lot of work done on it over the last few years. We're just having a hard time keeping it together. It's at the point we're gonna have to do a complete rebuild. Why do we need this incinerator? We have the only one in northern Nevada for this. Endow uses this facility as well. So if we're looking for chronic wasting disease, that all comes through our shop. And we have to dispose of those carcasses. We have to incinerate those. Brucellosis, tuberculosis. I can go on and on with anthrax. If we have those cases come in and we diagnose those, we have to incinerate those. Those can't go to a landfill. We don't want to bury those back in the environment. You'll see farther down when we get into the Elko facility, we do have a larger incinerator in Elko. That was on purpose. We could permit a larger one there because of the airshed we were in, and we're not in the flight path of Reno Tahoe International, where this facility is. So this is the size that it is, but we do use it. We use it on a daily basis. And I am very concerned that if it goes down, we're gonna have some public health concerns there. Not to mention how we're gonna continue to service the livestock industry and agricultural industry in this state. We've gotta process these samples through that facility. I'll keep moving right ahead if there are no questions. This is number 27265. This is our third priority, advanced planning, building systems and exterior rehabilitation, ag headquarters in Sparks. The original building on this campus was built in 1971. We still use that. That's our measurement standards. This board has provided funding in the past, and we are doing some work on that older building, HVAC type things, lighting, electrical. All of that did need to be updated. But the main facility itself, again, built in 2009, almost 26,000 square feet, has those laboratories in it. It's our headquarters, houses the majority of our staff. We've seen some water, a lot of water staining through the roof. We're continuing to do maintenance to try and address that. We are doing some lighting upgrades in there, again, on our budget as we can build those in through the legislative process. We have some drainage problems in the floor. We've had some linoleum that has peeled up, causing tripping hazards in some of our labs. We're taking those out, replacing those. But I don't want to end up in a very similar case to what we just heard, corrections, where we have these buildings and we haven't been able to keep up and we haven't been able to do some things. And I'm back here in 10 years going, now we have a big problem. Now the floor is completely bad. Now the walls are completely shot. Now our gutters aren't working. So this is some advanced planning to help us get ahead of exactly what do we need to do on this headquarters so that it continues to meet our needs going forward for the next 25 years. These are just additional pictures of some things. And I would like to note that Mr. Rager did help me out greatly on this and putting some of this together. He understands this process a lot to me. I'm just some stupid veterinarian that ended up in a director's seat, so I needed some help on how to take care of all of this for you guys and speak your language.
Member Walker?
Yes, sir.
Your forward look is 25 years for this project?
No, so, excuse me, I probably misspoke. I want to make sure that over the next 25 years, so our labs are continuing to meet that need. things are gonna continue to evolve. We've been there since '09, so we haven't even been there quite 20 years. We understand that. But as things continue to evolve and the diseases we're looking for continue to evolve and our laboratory capabilities need to continue to evolve, I want to make sure we can meet that need in that Sparks headquarters. And I'm not looking at a new facility that we have to go somewhere because we continue to see this one deteriorate. We're doing a fairly decent job of holding that Sparks facility together. But again, you know, you can see we're starting to get some rust and some water staining showing in areas that we didn't realize we had water infiltrating the structure. So I shouldn't say I'm looking forward to 25 years to build. I want to make sure in 25 years, whoever's in this seat and whoever's up there, because I won't be here, I will promise you that right now, isn't back here saying we messed up 25 years ago.
When I heard that 25 years, I was going to congratulate you as being the only director with that foresight.
I have the foresight for the agency, not for myself. All right, so now we're on to Elko. Is that correct? That's where we're at. All right, Elko office 27266. This office was a fairly recent acquisition to the department. It was built in 1997. The agency actually acquired it after that when we moved away from the old fairgrounds and Great Basin College system. This building has continued to have some struggles, whether it's HVAC, roofing, drainage, fire. We've had the fire department out a couple of times. Some of the motors in here, they like to seize up overnight and they smoke belts and it sets the fire alarm off. And then we get a call at 2 o'clock in the morning. The Elko Fire Department wants to know what you want to do with your building this morning. And so it's time that we start putting some money back into this building. You will see here on this second page, this serves a huge need for rural Nevada. In the lower left picture there, you can see that incinerator. You can see the piping that comes off of that. That is a large incinerator for rural Nevada. When I was a state veterinarian, I was actually stationed there. We use that a lot. We don't use it as much as we should be. But foresight, Mr. Walker, going back to that, we do plan on using this facility more going forward. We know where most of the livestock and most of the wildlife are, and we're going to be using this facility more going forward. We want to be using that laboratory. It has the largest necropsy floor in our system in the state of Nevada, and we need to be using it more. And it does provide just a huge, huge part of what we do for the agricultural community in Nevada. Staff in there, they have a lot of the same problems. It's very inconsistent, the temperature up and down. Again, I was stationed there for 2 years, starting in 16, and you'd wear a coat sometimes in July, all the time in December. And then when the air conditioner kicked on in January, it was a little uncomfortable. So we've had some struggles with this building, and we sure like to make sure it keeps moving forward. All right, moving right along to try to keep you guys up on time. 27091, parking lot fencing and access control. Again, moving back to our ag headquarters in Sparks. We do have secured fencing in the back portion of this building. And the 1971 building that I referenced earlier, the measurement standards, it is all back inside that. The front-facing portion of that is unsecured. The large public parking lot is unsecured. There's no access to get in and out of there. Not a big deal other than where we are in Sparks when we have a holiday weekend or there are days off. We are seeing an increased need to call Capitol Police and have them do patrols for us. It is costing us more money. We see a lot of people moving in and camping in this facility. Late at night, we have staff that works late at night in our laboratories. I'm not real comfortable with those staff members when they walk out and it's 9 o'clock at night and they've been there running samples. Who's in that parking lot with them as they get to their vehicles? That is a concern for me. There's a lot of growth occurring in this part of Reno and Sparks. We are going to see when the Grand Sierra, for example, finishes their new arena down there, we're probably going to be a pretty hot parking lot for afternoon and weekends and everything else. For people tailgating or whatever else you may be doing, because it's not that far of a walk to get down there. I'm concerned about the safety of that building. I'm concerned about what we could see there. So we would like to consider fencing the front part of that with access gates, obviously open during business hours, but we'd be able to close those when we don't have business hours in, and badging in and out for after hours so our staff could come in. Again, it's all about the safety, and it's all about trying to maintain the integrity of our buildings and of this campus. Moving along, 27089A. This is the newest property that the Department of Agriculture has reassumed management of. The state always owned the state fairgrounds. That was actually gifted to the state in 1867. 1951, a lease was entered into with Washoe County. Washoe County managed this property, if you will, along with the Reno Sparks Visitors Convention Authority. There wasn't a lot, excuse me, of capital improvement done from 1951 on. Obviously, in the 80s, the Reno Sparks Livestock Event Center was built there, but the actual perimeter itself, the security of that hasn't changed a lot. You can see a cinder block wall here that faces Sutro. I will tell you, immediately before the agency took this property back over in June, it was late April, early May, I happened to be driving by it, and I saw people jumping in and out of the property over that cinder block wall. We have taken security on a lot more aggressively. We do have a contract. Ourselves and our partners, Reno Rodeo Association, it is now managing this for us on a day-to-day basis with an outside security company. A lot of patrols at night, making sure that things are secure. I will tell you that I would have probably put this as a higher priority if you'd have told me over the last 3 weeks what we'd have been doing at this facility. Anybody that's been tracking the fires in northern Nevada, this is our large animal evacuation center for northern Nevada. We've had it open nonstop. In addition to the events that we're putting on there, which is this, I will tell you that this had 67 events booked in it last year, this facility. Not one-day events, multiple day events. Sometimes we'll have 1,000 head of horses here that belong to competitors. These aren't the cheap horses like my dad had me ride when I was a kid. These are worth a little bit more money. They're worth more money than probably all of my horses will ever be worth, just one of them. But when we had these evacuees come in there, it's our responsibility to make sure when they evacuate their property, their horses, to our facility, that they're safe. And we can't control ingress and egress all the time. Some of these gates are all sliding chain link gates. They don't latch like they're supposed to. We're putting daisy chains on. We might have 5 locks on one of these chains. I'm not even sure who all's locks are on there. This is unacceptable to me. So if we could, again, 3 weeks ago, this was my priority, was quite a ways down. I'd sure like to move it up in hindsight now, knowing what we know after the last month. Just a little bit more justification of that. You guys can read the slides. I'm not going to sit here and read them to you. And our final one today, 27267, Building and Site Rehabilitation, Las Vegas office. This is our southern headquarters. It's over off East St. Louis. We've had a lot of break-ins to this facility. Just in the last year, we have had some AV equipment stolen out of there. I will tell you that there was a warehouse associated with this, a dry goods that is still there. We're not using it now because we have the new warehouse over here, so that has all been vacated out. We are in conversations with Director Grimmer on perhaps moving from this facility, but this is a state facility, folks. We're still gonna need to do something with it. And so whether it's this agency or another agency, there's a lot of need for this one, whether it's electrical, fire alarms, mechanical, just the site itself. It's an older building, originally constructed in the late 70s, 1978. And so there are problems with it that we need to address. Again, whether that's the Department of Agriculture or a sister agency that may end up using this for something, we will end up sinking money into it. And then again, security is a problem based on its location. And now it appears that they've discovered that it's kind of an easy target. And with that, look at that. I did well on my time. Are there any questions from the board?
Member Hand, for the record, it doesn't look like there's any questions. Thank you for the presentation and getting us back on schedule. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right.
Chair Hand, if we've now caught up a couple minutes, do you mind if we take a restroom break?
Absolutely.
For the board, Mike Brown, Chief of Planning, over here hiding in the side. I just want to let you know there was a slight revision to the PowerPoint presentation for CNR. I will provide you guys with that after today. But so the presentation, it's pretty close, but there's some revisions to it. So the printout that you have of their presentation might be a little bit off, but I will provide it to you guys after. Thank you.
Thank you for the heads up. And your hand for the record, I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience this morning, letting us sneak a break in there. And we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much. I'm Janice Keeler. I'm the Deputy Administrator for the Division of State Parks.
Good morning. My name is Eric Cantel. I'm the Deputy Administrator for Division of Forestry.
And we're going to be presenting on the top 22 CIP requests for DCNR. There's a total of 34, but we're just going to hit the top 22. So our number one priority is advanced planning for the emergency spillway at Echo Canyon State Park. This spillway was damaged in the 2023 flood, and it can no longer reliably protect the dam. And we did submit a FEMA disaster relief claim, but that was denied. So this is a continuing need for us, and we feel like this is a high priority because of the increased risk of the dam failure, which could cause severe flooding and property loss and the potential loss of life. So we continue to keep this as our number one project.
Eric Cantel, Deputy Administrator for Forestry. Our second ask is to construct a 5,000 square foot office in Ely, Nevada at the industrial site. So there has been, to add some additional information, and as you heard from the Department of Corrections testimony, is the Ely Conservation Camp is closed. So the NDF staff were located to this location where there is the current, you could see in the photos, the current industrial shop. This is an influx of now 27 staff members that are located at this facility, currently living or working out of a manufactured dwelling with one bathroom. So this 5,000 square foot addition on this footprint would give forestry the ability to modify the current landscape and shop, as well as make improvement within the shop and have the introduction of showers, restrooms, a training room, locker room, facilities to supply the adequate workspace for those firefighters.
Member Walker, I have a question on the first priority on the dam and the spillway. It's been rated as high hazard by the Water Resources. Has it been rated by FEMA?
I'm not aware if it has been rated by FEMA. I could get that information for you, though.
Okay.
Member Manley, for the record, on number 2, the new facility, based on my math, it's about $1,600 a square foot. Looks like a portion of that is, office space that is more expensive than I'm assuming the maintenance shop. It just, to my prior comment about, that smaller project we talked a little bit about for corrections, it just, that seems very pricey to me for something that is largely an industrial space and a shop space. I don't know if there's more of a comment than a question, but that was just, as I was reviewing this packet, that seemed, the cost seemed high to me.
All right, moving on. The next ask is similar but a different location. So it is for the Spring Creek Fire Station addition. So this is a request for a 2,000 square foot workspace in the Spring Creek area. So the Division of Forestry has been allocated this piece of land for quite some time. It used to have a home on it. That home was in terrible condition and terrible shape. So in the 2023 CIP, we were able to have that home demolished, and then also introduce three new RV spaces for seasonal firefighters, because the cost of rent and even if you could find a rental in Elko is extremely difficult. So this also gives us the ability to recruit from other states and across the state for our much needed critical seasonal positions. And just to note to kind of give some clarity, you can see in that middle picture, that's the current apparatus bay. Once I put two Type 3 engines in it, you could barely walk around it. So there's currently nowhere to have a workstation. Just a small desk and a bathroom is really what we're looking for, as well as lockers to supply 5 to 7 firefighters in this remote location for better response to the citizens in Elko County.
Okay, our next project is the Spillway Bridge at Cave Lake State Park. This project would construct a prefabricated pedestrian and light vehicle bridge across the auxiliary spillway at Cave Lake Dam with pathway and site improvements. So Cave Lake Dam was completely reconstructed as part of CIP Project 21C04, and it included this auxiliary spillway as a bridge across the spillway, but there was insufficient funding to complete this. So this is a priority for us because it would provide emergency access to the dam and spillway and improve dam operations and public safety. Okay. Our next request is advanced planning for the Tahoe Region Complex. This is the old Clear Creek Youth Camp in Carson City. This project would provide design through construction documents for a Tahoe Region office complex to include office space, residential housing, maintenance shops, and a park and ride mobility hub. So currently there's no dedicated region office for our Tahoe region. And in addition, we also do not have sufficient housing for all of the staff that work at our 4 Tahoe parks. Sand Harbor in particular is always short-staffed because when we hire people, they can't afford to actually find a place to live, and we have limited housing available. So part of this project would provide seasonal housing for at least 12 employees and additional housing for permanent staff and a main office. And basically, once we have all of that, then we can start hiring our administrative staff, our facility maintenance staff, and then complete the Tahoe region.
Member Manley, for the record, similar to my prior comment about the other project I mentioned on advanced planning, I just asked that we do some type of feasibility study for the actual construction before we commit funds. The other comment on this one is, unless I'm mistaken, I believe NDOT is currently building a transportation hub on Highway 50 as well. And it sounds like this is contemplated, or a mobility hub is contemplated in this project. So I would just ask that there's some analysis done of whether both are needed, or if the NDOT project goes forward, if that piece of this project could be removed.
Eric Cantel, Deputy Administrator for Forestry. Again, for the record, the next ask is very similar to the other 2 asks for forestry. It is the addition of a fire apparatus and wash bay at the East Lake facility in Washoe City. So this serves as our Western Region headquarters. As we are all aware of, the amount of fire activity in this region is extremely high and always high, so response is critical. This would give forestry the ability to have, if you will, a fire apparatus or fire station for our equipment. The equipment sits outside and it's damaged. There's no ability for staff to have equipment stored in a secure location where it is not exposed to rodents, etc. And then, more of a, just for awareness, a Type 3 fire engine is roughly $500,000 today. So it's critical, this equipment is critical, keep stored and washed and provide the maintenance for this type of equipment. Next. Oh. The next ask is tied to the first ask from forestry from the Ely facility, but this is to pave the location around this facility. So as we're all aware, Ely has extreme weather. So this is extremely challenging for forestry to maintain the safety presence on this landscape when there's ample amount of snow. I personally lived in Ely for some time in my career, and we would often say once that first snow you see, you live with it for 3 or 4 months. So you strategically know where to put it because it doesn't go away. So this is one of the biggest challenges on this footprint is snow removal and access, as well as safety for the staff as they're utilizing the workspace effectively.
Okay.
Member Ham, for the record, just in looking at the photo, that looks like a lot of space. So is it to pave everything or a portion of it?
Thank you for the question. It's just a portion of it. And it would be strategic to the first ask and then just where and functional. So it is a large space. It does not all need to be paved.
Thank you.
Okay, our next request is an office building at Berlin Ichthyosaur State Park. This would be to design and construct a 1,400 square foot office building for the park ranger and staff. The current park office is in a historic building that was built in 1896. It is not weather tight and it has rodent issues. We have been in there when it was very cold and you can feel the wind coming through the building. And so our ask is to build a separate park office that would be sufficient to, keep our staff working in warmer conditions and also to provide a place for visitors to stop in when they visit the park. Currently, this building, if we were able to get this, we would preserve this historic structure. This is part of the Berlin town site.
Member Walker, what is your visitor count on an annual basis at this park?
At this park, I did not add that information, but I can get that to you.
Just take a guess.
This is a popular park, and it's also very popular with international visitors, and I hear that people come often for their tours, which are 2 times a day, so I would have to guess at least 50,000. It is remote, so we've had some complaints about people with EVs wanting to go there, and there is no EV charger. This whole park is on solar also, so we may have more visitors if we had some power capabilities, but for now it's probably about a 3-hour drive from Carson City.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right, the next request is for advanced planning for a DCNR Consolidated Northern Region Headquarters. So the pictures you're seeing is currently the the Division of Forestry's headquarters. We would be requesting advanced planning to build an 8,000 square foot headquarters to include multiple divisions to serve the public and citizens of Elko County. So we would be looking to increase or collaborate in a main office as DCNR with NDEP, Division of Water Service, and environmental protection, excuse me. So this site is fairly large. It's 33 acres, and it sits next to the Nevada Youth Center that has 442 acres. And then adjacent to it is also the Endow facility. So as you use the road, it already feels like a state campus, and we would like to increase the collaboration and the available services to Elko County as a department by having a headquarters. The next ask is just outside of here in Las Vegas at the Floyd Lamb County Park. So this is where our Las Vegas nursery resides. And it is to request parking and access road for the nursery. So you can see in these pictures, it's a dirt lot. This is technically a violation of Clark County ordinances to park on gravel or dirt surfaces as the public come and make purchases for native and adapted plants from our nursery. To note, the nursery is an enterprise budget, so it only lives if it's able to produce and sell plants effectively. And then when we get storms or high weather, it washes this entire road out and limits access for staff and the public to come to the nursery. So, thank you. And that is the last forestry ask, so thank you, committee.
Okay, our next request is the water line and infrastructure replacement at Beaver Dam State Park. Currently, the existing water system has insufficient cover, so it's only about 8 to 12 inches, which means that it freezes in the winter, so it needs to be shut down, so we don't have year-round water at the campground. It's also easy to damage if the roads are graded. So what we're requesting is installation of new water lines, site water hydrants, and the replacement of the well pump and motor at the Beaver Dam State Park. This would serve 26 campsites and also provide water for the staff residences.
Member Walker, does Beaver Dam now hold water?
Sorry, excuse me?
Does Beaver Dam now hold water?
I believe it does.
Last time I was there wasn't any water in it.
I can find out if it does.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, our next request is for residents at Berlin Ichthyosaur State Park. And again, the entire park is basically just the Berlin town site, which is historic, and the fossil house. So right now, one of our rangers lives in one of the historic buildings, which is not really, it's not ADA compliant. It's not really built to accommodate anybody that's, needing modern type of housing. The floors are slanted. I've been in there. It's quite unique. But so this request would be to design and construct a 24 square foot duplex with a 2-car garage for a park ranger and staff at Berlin Ichthyosaur State Park.
Member Manley, for the record, consistent with my prior comments, this $2.8 million for a 2,400 square foot duplex seems extremely excessive. When I see $2.8 million, I think of a nice custom home. And I know it's a remote site and there's probably some complications there, but that seems extremely high to me.
Our next request is for an office contact station at Echo Canyon State Park. So I discussed the spillway earlier, and this office is constructed at the base of the dam, which if something were to happen to the dam, if it failed, it could potentially end up in a loss of life due to if someone was in this building. So the request is to design and construct an office contact station at Echo Canyon State Park entrance to welcome and manage visitors. This office was built in 1986 and no longer meets the needs of the park, and it also does not meet ADA standards. It also does not have a restroom. Okay. Next request is an office gift shop and first aid station at Big Bend State Park. This project will design and construct a new office with a first aid station, gift shop, storage, and restrooms. The building that's currently in this picture is what exists right now. This serves the campground. It has current restrooms and showers, but it's really insufficient to meet the operational and visitor service and safety needs. There's water leaks, and moisture has damaged the gypsum board in the utility room and has been an ongoing maintenance issue for the park, which poses safety hazards for visitors and staff. And it's basically not sufficient to address the visitor needs or the staff needs. So we're requesting a completely new building. Okay. The next one is the DePauli Ranch House demolition, which is at Fort Churchill State Park. This residence was built in 1945. It's a 1,380 square foot structure, and it is infested with rodents. It has broken or missing doors and windows, possible asbestos contamination, and broken or missing electrical fixtures. So we've determined that this is a safety hazard at Fort Churchill and poses a threat to the public, so we would like to get this building demolished. Okay, our next request is advanced planning for the exterior envelope protection at Spring Mountain Ranch State Park. This project would be a continuation of 19P10 design through construction documents for historic structures at Spring Mountain Ranch. These buildings on site are from 1870 to 2005, and right now there's a need to keep water, sand, and debris from entering the buildings and to protect the siding and wood framing, further deterioration of the historic buildings. It would provide engineering design through construction drawings and a recommendation for the sequence of future repairs to keep water, sand, and debris from entering the buildings and protect the siding and wood framing. And you could see through some of the pictures, some of the damage that exists currently. Okay. Our next request is restroom replacement and shower facility at Wild Horse State Recreation Area. So this project would remove and replace an existing restroom with a prefabricated restroom and shower building. So the existing restroom is 44 years old and has reached the end of its useful life. It's become expensive to maintain and requires constant maintenance. So what we would like to do is replace it with a modern building that would increase visitor experience, improve the staff's ability to maintain it. It also does not currently meet ADA standards. Okay. Our next request is flood control improvements to Cathedral Gorge State Park. This would construct grading improvements and place riprap on the berm, protecting the campgrounds at Cathedral Gorge State Park. So in 2018, a severe thunderstorm event caused extreme flows in the adjacent channel that broke through an earthen berm, depositing several feet of silt in the campsites that threatened public safety. The berm was repaired with funds from risk management, but the improvements were not made to protect the campsite from future storm events. So this project would design and construct flood control improvements to protect the campsites from further flood events at Cathedral Gorge. It includes a drainage study of upstream tributary flow areas, grading, placement of riprap, and culvert replacements at the access road. And Cathedral Gorge gets about 80,000 visitors a year. Okay, I think we're closing in on the end. The next request is for an office contact station at Spring Valley State Park. This would construct an office contact station at the entrance of the park. This is the current building that is used as the office, and I think what happens in a lot of times is that existing buildings are just used as makeshift offices, residences, et cetera. And this is the same case at Spring Valley State Park. So it's does not have ADA compliance, and there's not sufficient services to address the public need. So this project would design and construct a contact station entrance to welcome and manage park visitors. It would also provide workspace for employees, a visitor pay station, an information center, storage space for supplies, and an area to conduct repairs and maintenance to park equipment, and an ADA compliant public restroom. Okay. Our next request is a group use ramada at Echo Canyon State Park, and this is an AI-generated version of what this could look like. Currently, there is a group use area, but no actual, shade structure or picnic area to shade people. There's not a lot of shade at Echo, Canyon State Park. So this would install a metal canopy group use armada and amenities at the park. It would feature electrical receptacles, water faucets, and a hose bib connection for visitors. And this park receives about 30,000 visitors a year. Okay, our next request is Buckland Station kitchen and second floor restoration, and this is part of Fort Churchill State Park. This would restore the kitchen and complete the second floor interior restoration of the historic building. The restoration of the first floor was conducted through State Public Works many years ago. The kitchen area on the first floor requires significant restoration to be safely viewable by the public. This space would also add to the interpretive experience of Buckland Station and add a restroom for the building that currently has none. So currently the second floor is partly restored. The rest looks like what it looks like in these pictures, just basically just framing and nothing else. And the kitchen is in need of quite a bit of work. This is a building from the 1870, and once the whole building is fully restored, we would be able to provide interpretation and tours of the entire building, including the second floor. Okay, I think this is our last request. This one is at Lahontan State Recreation Area. This would be a comfort station at the river campground. This park currently uses portable toilets at the river campground, and it does not meet ADA requirements. The installation would increase use of the park and generate additional revenue for park maintenance and operational costs. This campground is used year-round, and installing a permanent restroom would improve the visitor experience and reduce maintenance. And I think that's all we've got.
No questions? Well, member hand for the record, I should have said that first. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So public safety's here early, so that's great. We need about 5 minutes, though, to start their presentation, so it might be a good opportunity for another quick break.
member hand for the record. I think we have everybody back now. If y'all are ready to begin, let's go for it.
Do I start, or do you have to call this meeting to adjournment or session? Okay. Good morning, and thank you for allowing us to present our proposal to you today. We're here to discuss a capital improvement plan request for the Nevada State Police Training Division. I'm Major James Simpson, SAMPSON, and joining me today is Captain Nathan Peterson, PETERSON. You see in front of you, this is our latest class from Carson City, Academy Class 106. They graduated the GSR, about 300 people in attendance. This allowed us to put a lot more troopers and officers out on the road. This slide here is our latest Academy class overall from the Southern Command, Las Vegas area. That's Academy Class 107. This again helps put a huge dent in our short staffing. The Nevada State Police dormitories are located at the Stewart facility in Carson City, Nevada. A little bit of information and history we got from the StewartIndianschool.com and visit CarsonCity.com about our dormitories and the land we share. Nevada State Police dormitories are located at the Stewart facility in Carson City, Nevada. Between 1890 and 1980, the Stewart Indian School was an American Indian boarding school. Native American children were forced to attend the Stewart School. The initial intent of the school is to eliminate their native language and cultures from these children and to provide them with trade skills. During the early years of the school, the students were harshly disciplined and acted as unpaid labor to build and maintain the facility. The current state police dormitories, where the Northern Cadets reside, were built in 1941. The Stewart facility now includes the Stewart Indian School Cultural Center and Museum, Nevada Post, several DPS state police offices, NDOC offices, and other nonprofit housing. Recently, due to tours and other activities at the facility, there have been concerns of visible police training taking place on the grounds without first making notification to and planning with the Stewart Indian School Cultural Center and Museum. They offer tours, they have people in there, and sometimes seeing police scenarios, it's what it is. So about our building, or our dormitory, the dormitories do not have air conditioning. There's a single swamp cooler you can see in the photo there in the day room. And over the past 4 weeks in Carson City, the daily temperature range has been in the high 90s to the low 100s. It's hot in there. That swamp cooler just covers that room, and we have a giant U-shaped building, and it doesn't cover down the hallway. So staying in the rooms at these temperatures is risky and can cause heat illness. The building being built in 1941, the windows are single pane with many that don't open and close properly, nor do all the screens fit the windows, thus allowing for bugs to enter if the windows are opened. And these are actual photos. This isn't enhanced with AI or anything. The water pipes in the building are extremely old, and when turned on, the rust must be flushed from the pipes prior to the cadets showering or brushing their teeth. These water lines have been flushed multiple times with no long-term improvement. So they have tried to help fix it. They flush the water, it works for a little bit, but it comes right back. And these, like I said, these pictures aren't enhanced. This is what the cadets contend with on a daily basis. So, first impressions are lasting impressions. You see like an old beat-up motel there, and you see a Holiday Inn. We're not asking for a Waldorf Astoria. We're asking for like a Toyota, like a Holiday Inn, something middle run that's going to last forever. That's not. I'm not getting any money from Toyota. That's just a reality. So, first impressions are lasting impressions. Here's why first impressions are so important. Trust and professional identity form early. Police recruits begin forming their professional identity the moment they walk through the academy doors. If the environment is organized, respectful, and clearly committed to their development, it reinforces that they've joined a professional, mission-driven organization. A poor first impression can create doubt, hesitation, or a sense of detachment. Sets expectations, performance, and culture. Recruits watch everything. How instructors carry themselves, how communication works, how the agency treats trainees. The first impression become a baseline for what's normal. A positive start equals clear standards, strong motivation, and a willingness to meet expectations. A negative start equals confusion, stress, and lowered engagement. It also impacts motivation and morale. When recruits feel welcome, supported, and valued, they're more committed, more disciplined, and more receptive to training. A rocky or hostile introduction can erode morale before training begins. It influences long-term retention, which is something that we've suffered with or struggled with. Recruitment is expensive and time consuming. A positive first impression increases likelihood that cadets stay, not just through the academy. They don't just get their post-cert and go shopping elsewhere, but into field training and beyond. Poor early experiences can contribute to washout or resignation. And it shapes how the recruits represent our agency. Recruits talk. They talk to their friends on social media. Everybody knows everything that's going on nowadays. It's not like it was back when I was a cadet. So recruits talk both internally and externally. Their early impressions influence how they speak about the department to peers, their family and community members. A positive experience is a powerful recruitment and reputation booster. So in short, first impressions set the tone for everything that follows. For a police academy, those first moments can influence confidence, discipline, loyalty, and long-term performance. When they walk through those doors and they see what you've already seen, that's not a great first impression. And if the previous slides aren't convincing, here's more reasons why we're requesting new dormitories. Stronger structure and discipline. Cadets remain fully immersed in the training environment with fewer distractions. They're right there on site. Better time management. No commute means fewer late arrivals, less stress, tighter scheduling for physical fitness training, classes, drills, and inspection. Faster response to training events. If there are early PT sessions, which we have, 6 in the morning, late night exercises, whether it be tactical training, scenario-based training, or physical fitness training, or emergency simulations, cadets are already there. Greater cohesion. This is one of the biggest parts, team building and morale and the wellness of them. Greater cohesion. Living together reinforces teamwork, camaraderie, and mutual accountability, which is important for the law enforcement culture. They have to know they have each other's back and know each other. Simplified logistics, meals, inspections, mail, admin support all flow more efficiently when everything's centralized. And we'll show you what we want later on. We already have our current building, but we want to have this right next to our current building, the academy class. Weather variables. With weather in northern Nevada being what it is, with the possibility of all 4 seasons in a 4-hour period or even less, it would be quite problematic. With the cadets living on the academy grounds, there will be no closures due to snow. Right now where we are, we don't have snow removal. We're down by the prison. The Carson Public Works don't always plow down there, so it's kind of tough. And when Washoe Valley, you guys have all been up there, is shut down due to wind and all that, we have a lot of people that live in Reno. We'd like to have them right there so we don't have to worry about they missed out that day. And with Nevada Post stating recently we shouldn't be doing any online training, it has to be in person, that's going to be problematic as well. Regional training consistency. State police academies emphasize discipline and standardized scheduling. Due to the conditions of the dormitories, many cadets over the years have chosen to reside off campus, thus making this more difficult. I talked to a cadet the other day and I said, how is it here? He goes, it's free. Free doesn't make it good. Some of those who can't afford to live off campus choose to pay rent in Carson City so they don't have to stay in the dorms that, again, are not of the best condition. So in order to become a police officer in Nevada, somebody has to complete the post-physical readiness test, or the PPRT. It's 1.5 miles, 300 meters, push-ups, sit-ups, an agility run, and they have to jump. It's pretty intensive, but the biggest thing is running, and that's also the day-to-day PT that a cadet gets. As of today, we conduct this testing on a public roadway which is not free vehicular traffic. The road you see there, that's Bigelow Road by Carson City. It's actually a downgrade and an upgrade and a downgrade when they run it. So it's actually not an accurate depiction, and there are cars on that road with a lot of houses down the street. So, and also there's a dirt track at Stewart, which you see a picture of there. But due to its condition, we've had many cadets experience ankle injuries, and therefore we use it sparingly. I was a sergeant at the academy. In 2008, we lost 2 cadets on the initial run because they got jammed up on soft sand or soft dirt. So it's a reality there too. Once in the academy, stress physical fitness and wellness. There are several benefits to running on a track. Consistent measurable conditioning, reduced injury risk, improved cardio fitness, enhanced mental resilience, strengthens the lower body and the core, thus reducing injuries and actually helping a lifetime of fitness goals and standards at a young age as a cadet or at whatever age they're at. Supports weight management, it's a reality, and controlled environment for group training. Right now, when we have people running, we have to keep them in a group. So you have somebody who's 6'4" with a long stride, they have to run at the pace of the slowest person. So that does actually cause shin splints, takes away their ability to become a better athlete or in better condition. So, little fact I found, running on a road versus running on a controlled 400-meter track is not equally dangerous. One is consistently higher in risk, and that's running on the road. Annually, 71,000 pedestrians, I couldn't find a stat on joggers or people, and NHTSA only keeps it on pedestrians as a whole, suffered non-fatal injuries in motor vehicle incidents each year, with 7,000 people being killed, pedestrians, joggers, and such. None of those injuries or fatalities took place on a 400-meter track. 400-meter tracks are safe compared to the roadway to be jogging on. And as we mentioned earlier, there are some environmental hazards and safety concerns, such as uneven shoulders, blind curves, intersections, lack of lighting in the winter months. It's dark in the morning when the cadets get to the academy, and it's dark when they leave, hard for them to be seen on the roadway. And in Carson City, it does snow, and not all the roads are plowed, as we said, and this is a hazard. Our next ask is for a training warehouse. A training warehouse would be an amazing asset for the training division in Carson City. It would allow for consistent training regardless of the weather. We can control the environment for traffic stops. We can do night stops in the daytime. We can do day stops in the nighttime. It's a safe environment where we can actually make it so it looks like a highway lane in there, or set up mock houses or buildings for whether it be parole and probation, investigations, or any other division or entity that wants to utilize our resources. So that's an all-weather, all-purpose thing. One of the other benefits is a higher quality scenario repetition. Repetition builds confidence and muscle memory, especially for high-risk encounters like traffic stop searches and officer tactics and approach tactics. Improve safety and control. Inside of a warehouse, the instructors can manage noise and lighting and distractions. Limit unauthorized access to or public interference. Currently, we sometimes have the First Amendment auditors that show up and they want to record what we're doing, and we want to keep our tactics safe. Right down the street or right in the backyard is the prison. We don't want the prisoners seeing how we do stuff so that they could possibly counter what we do to take them into custody if need be. It's a safety issue. And we can also monitor the performance of the cameras, microphones, and observers, and have somebody watching what they're doing and put another set of eyes on them. This creates a safer learning environment for cadets and the trainers. And picture of our facility right there, that's an aerial view. That's where we have our staff offices for the academy in the north, as well as our classrooms. We have 2 classrooms in there, large parking lot. Off to the side, they're going to do an evidence lot, but we do have the property just north of that and also behind our parking lot. So our current facility was named the Nevada Highway Patrol Claude I. Howard Training Center and was donated to us in 1985. We'll continue to use our facility for classrooms and office staff, though since 1985, we have grown considerably, not only in size, but in scope of what we do. We used to just teach the NHP. Now we teach all of DPS, and we do in-service training as well as professional development training for our staff. The photograph before you shows the buildings and the grounds. And keeping within the time limit, we're going to close this up. The Nevada State Police Training Division is appreciative of your time and consideration of this important project. We look forward to providing the best training environment to our current and future employees. And if you have any questions, we're here to answer those.
I've got a question. I'm not sure if it could be answered by this group or maybe the later group. It looks like we have another project coming down the pike, either later today or tomorrow from Post for another training course for driving in Carson. I'm just wondering if there's coordination efforts. It looks like their packet talks about coordinating with Division of State Lands and Department of Corrections, but didn't mention coordinating with you all. Those projects seem to be a little bit redundant.
That's a driving course. We've talked to Post. Like mentioned earlier, I was a sergeant at the academy from 07 to 09. We talked about it then. We don't have a driving course for our staff. So right now, the Highway Patrol, in my years with us, we've gone to a gas station up on Gregg Street in Sparks. We use a Mount Rose Ski Lodge parking lot. We use an NDOT sand lot off of Fairview and 580. Right now, we've been struggling trying to find a place to drive. And that's where one of the biggest liabilities we have is our driving. We damage cars, we get into accidents, people get hurt. And we support, obviously, we're in great support of this, but that is a Post project, but we support it 100% too. And I think that'd be used by not just us or Post, could be used by us in the other counties as well. So I'm kind of giving them a pitch right now, but it's not redundant because we want a 400-meter running track, they want a driving track. And they could use our running track as well.
Right. Yeah, their Member Manley, for the record, their literature here didn't mention you all as using it. That's why I was just curious if
they told us we could because we let them use our dormitory sometimes. I'll buy them coffee and smooth that over.
Right, because then I guess the question is like, why isn't a track then included in this, right?
That was something we've talked about over the years, but that's something that I know Post was gonna do, and we weren't gonna tackle that. If they wanna add us to it, we would definitely be supportive, and we're gonna be supportive either way. But it is needed for Northern Nevada law enforcement also. Because when we use the regional training center in Sparks, or Reno, they were paying about $3,000 a week, and we do that a couple times a year. So we've been lacking in those too.
Member Walker, I can see a vast difference in the training tasks and the mission of training between the two. So it's the benefit of the state to have one combined facility, as I think what Member Manning was asking.
So for combined law enforcement, combined track,
Well, I'm still confused why these are not one
One's-
proposal, not
Oh.
why there are two proposals.
so we're separate from Nevada Post, we're the Nevada State
I
Police.
understand, but on a state basis, you may be different, but we're after one training for our law enforcement.
Our academies are very different. Our academy is 26 weeks minimum in length. We offer a lot more stuff than the minimum requirements that to get the officers out into the county. We do our own training. We do a lot more training.
Yeah, I understand yours and Post's mission. I think I've listened to the Post presentation a number of times and understand what they're after. But I believe as a citizen, I would be after like their training facility at your project. Yep. Same location, same dormitory.
I can't speak for Post or the state. I do know in NRS that the Nevada Department of Public Safety Training Division is to train state officers and troopers. Again, we have a different mindset. At the end of the day, it'd be great to have one giant academy statewide, but we do have different, we focus more on highway patrol and parole and probation. We don't focus on a lot of the stuff that the local counties deal with. But if we had a giant facility where we could be separated but on the same grounds, that could work too, but we already have our grounds paid for and right there.
That may be one of my issues sitting on this board.
Yes.
Is that thing that
I wanted to chime in if I could. Brian Walker for the record. I think Member Walker, exactly where we're going is some of the thoughts we've had too. We've looked at these two products and thought about them moving forward, and very definitely have thought about it as, I mean, the two different facilities, two different state agencies, but there is a lot of synergy between the two agencies, a lot of commonality, a lot of common use. We've already thought about if both projects were moving forward, there would be, you know, an opportunity to have some co-location of facility and resources, to have things brought together, to be a lot of efficiency for the state. They very certainly would use each other's facilities. We would have to have some separation between the two facilities on some levels, but there could be a lot of things that could come into more common use, where I'd even say things like parking lots. We've talked about already the track, the running track that could go around the Post area, or things like that too. They could share some of the same, you know, physical space with these facilities. And that's something we would certainly look at if these projects were both developed together.
Member Walker, as a board member, that's what I would want to see and be able to approve, is the efficiency of two different projects that have this commonality.
As a single project from the board as well.
Say single.
Understood. We can look at that.
Member Lewis for the record. what is your single highest priority facility now? Is it the new dorms? Is it training warehouse, the track and field, or is it the immediate repairs?
It'd be the dormitory.
Okay.
It's been a priority for years.
Okay. And which components would you say are a must-have versus nice to have, and why?
Like, I'm not even asking for, like I said, we're asking for a base level Tacoma. We would like 25 rooms, a kitchen. We stress wellness. Right now, our cadets go to Taco Bell and Del Taco and Chili's for dinner most nights. That's not healthy. There's a kitchen in there, but it's not enough for 25, 30 people. I would like a large kitchen, like a fire station size kitchen. We would need an exercise facility within there that we stress PT and wellness. They start now. Hopefully they keep that going and they're not getting hurt and injured later on down the line. We would want a computer lab. I think what we asked for was a bare minimum. We're not, I'm trying to be realistic in our approach. I wasn't asking for anything that was like earth shattering. We'd be happy with a square building with just windows. We don't need any giant archways or anything fancy.
Fantastic, thank you.
You're welcome.
Joy Grimmer for the record. Question about, so would post one cadets that are not DPS be able to stay in this dormitory? I mean, you may be able to, use the revenue since this will be highway fund, and the county's pay to go to post.
What we do now is if there's an overflow from post, we work together. We use post instructors, they use us. We do allow some of their cadets to stay in our dormitories until they have space in theirs. We don't charge for it. We work with each other. NDOC, we have an MOU with them that we can have our range on their grounds. We let post shoot at our range. We all work. There's nobody working against each other here. We need each other. We need to rely upon each other. So right now, currently, we do have post cadets that do stay in our dormitory when the post isn't open. We ask they supply their own paper towels and their own other paper stuff they need, just so that we're not paying for that, but we all work together and it would be fine. They'd run on the track, they'd use the building just as we all work together. Welcome.
If we have no other questions, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, board. Appreciate it.
And we'll adjourn for lunch, I guess. Added that in there. Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Public Works Board meeting this afternoon. We're looking forward to NCHI getting started, and we've been told that the presentations will not be consistent with the organization and the packages that we have. So if you could please, as you transition from one presentation to the next, help us with identify the numbers so we can keep up in the process. I apologize. I should have started with this as Chairman Hand for the record. I'm an employee of NCHI, right? I'm a professor at the University of Nevada, Reno, so I will be quite quiet during this this process. But we look forward to hearing what y'all have to share with us, and again, please keep us notified along the way so that we're keeping up with you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Matt McNair, Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education, for the record. It's nice to see you all. Thank you for letting us present today. I'm just going to make some introductory remarks, and then I'll turn it over to CFO Brody Leiser and then to the presidents to provide more detail on the campus projects. We started this process late last year, visiting each campus, hearing about their priority projects, and then working with the presidents and the business officers and the board over since the last fall to prioritize these. The board gave the ranked prioritization in May, and that's what we're here to present to you today. CFO Leiser will give you an overview of the process and the recommendations in total, and then the presidents will talk specifically about their projects. But just wanted to thank you for your time today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hand, members of the board, Director Grimmer, Administrator Lewis. For the record, my name is Brody Leiser. I serve as Vice Chancellor of Budget and Finance, Chief Financial Officer for the System of Higher Education. And as the Chancellor indicated, I'll do some high-level comments about our process. I'll talk about our first two priority projects, which relate to deferred maintenance. And then I'll try and get through that stuff pretty quick because I really want to give the time over to the institutions that will be presenting their individual project requests. As Chair Hand indicated, we have our slide deck set up so to allow our institutions to present all of their projects at once rather than doing some musical chairs up here. On the slide deck, there's the list of the presenters that you will hear from. You'll hear from each of our institution presidents about their campus requests. Skip through that. Just as some background information for our process, our institutions establish capital priorities, and then we meet collectively as a group with myself and the chief business officers from each institutions to evaluate and rank our system-wide capital project requests so that we take that then to the presidents of our institutions for buy-in. Once that has been approved, we take it to the Board of Regents, and during this cycle, the Board of Regents approve the ranking for capital project requests at its May 21st, 2026 meeting. As you will see, or as you are already aware, our top two priorities are to address deferred maintenance needs across the system. And we recognize that this probably is not a unique theme across the state and other executive branch agencies that are facing similar challenges with our aging facilities across our campuses. So we've got about $6 billion in depreciable property and infrastructure. I know I don't need to explain to this board, you all have way more expertise than I do but standard practice is somewhere around trying to budget for 2% of that replacement value per year. We estimate that we would need about $120 million a year across all of our institutions to address that. We do have a backlog that well exceeds $400 million. And, with that and the critical needs that we have, the board has ranked the top 2 CIP projects for your consideration. The first is the $15 million biennial NSHE deferred maintenance funding. This is partially funded with slot tax. This is an amount that the system has received every biennium going back, I think, to the early 80s, if not earlier than that. We had one biennium where we also received an additional $50 million in deferred maintenance. But outside of that one biennium, our funding within the legislatively approved CIP has been limited to the $15 million. So this year we are also asking, in addition to that, for an $85 million request statewide. And I just would like to talk a little bit about the allocation methodology for how that would go to our institutions. We look at the square footage across all our institutions for buildings that are 5 years or older, and then take the proportionate share of that square footage to apply to the funding that's approved. For the $15 million biennial program, we set a floor so that each institution gets at least $500,000. If the $85 million project were to move forward and be approved, we've set a floor at $2.5 million for that project to ensure that each institution would get at least that amount. I won't go into too much here, but here's from a dollar amount in preparing our biennial budget request. Our institutions have identified a number of potential projects that could be addressed. They span the spectrum from ADA upgrades to HVAC units to elevators. As a matter of fact, we just found out up at the University of Nevada, Reno, that we've got 3 elevators that will need to be replaced. We've got plumbing projects, we've got interior and exterior building improvements, paint, windows, water lines, electrical upgrades. The list goes on and on. And so just wanted to give this for some context that if we were to receive $100 million of deferred maintenance in the upcoming biennium, our institutions would have no problems putting that to good use. I will mention before we move on to the individual campus presentations that at the end of the slide deck, we have provided a list of the Board of Regents approved projects. Those have been adjusted for the changes made in working with the State Public Works Division staff, so those dollar figures do align with your book materials. I don't intend to go over those in detail at the end of the presentation, but want you to know that they are there for reference. And with that, I'll pause here in the event that there are any questions on the deferred maintenance, and if not, we'll go ahead and I'll give you a batting order for our institutions and allow them the time to talk through their individual project requests.
Member Walker, I've got a question for you and possibly our legal staff. But you being a fee-based institute and your fees include your facilities and your facility maintenance, does this board have a responsibility or a duty to fund your deferred maintenance that should be covered in your fee?
Thank you, Member Walker, for the question. Again, Chief Financial Officer Brody Leiser, you are correct that we do a portion of our fees charged to students go into capital improvement and are dedicated for that purpose. Those fees are used to address maintenance issues when when funding is available, those funds are also used to pledge revenue against bond issuances, and so we use those revenues in different ways. And we do look at all of our revenue sources when we're looking at our deferred maintenance needs across our campuses. To answer your question, and I would answer that with some context coming from my prior employer and having worked for the Legislative Council Bureau and being directly involved with the capital improvement program. The state has recognized a commitment to funding operations and maintenance, and including deferred maintenance for the system of higher education. And so from a state perspective, I do believe that the state has some level of responsibility to assist our institutions with our aging facilities to ensure that we can address all of our needs.
Member Walker, to Kevin, do we have a legal responsibility on a facility that is fee-based?
Board Counsel Kevin Doty for the record. The responsibilities regarding funding of the CIP are generally set by the governor and the legislature. This board does have the responsibility of setting priorities and making recommendations to the governor, but ultimately it is the governor's decision and the decision of the legislature what does get funded.
And if I may add more context, Chair Hand, we do have certain facilities, such as parking facilities that are funded through fees to students and faculty for use of parking. Those types of facilities, the campuses are utilizing those fee revenues to maintain those facilities. Where we're really focused on is our facilities that provide instructional space for our students, as well as provide research space for our universities. And so there is, maybe some distinction at the facility level for specific facilities such as parking. I know that the student fitness center, student housing is another one, thank you. Student housing, where our students are paying for room and board. Those are all self-supported. We're not asking for state investment into those types of facilities. So I hope that provides a little bit of additional clarification.
Member Walker, again, one of my contacts is one of my friends has research projects at DRI, and he is charged 45% of his research project fund to pay for facility and for administrative. I would believe in that fee of 45% of the research project that when he is paying or anyone is paying that fee, tuition as a fee is paying for buildings, there is a fiduciary responsibility on the building fee to conduct maintenance. And that's my perspective, is you are different than the Department of Agriculture. You are fee-based. So there's my hurdle.
Member Walker, I appreciate your comments. We are not solely fee-based. And so I appreciate where you're coming from and the sentiment. But the fees that are collected by our institution that are dedicated for capital, the capital fee is not sufficient to meet the needs of our institutions. And there is state support within our budget to help the operations and maintenance costs of our buildings, including utilities and regular general maintenance. It has been the policy and commitment of the state, while at a minimal level, for the state to contribute towards our deferred maintenance needs within our facilities.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If there are no more questions with that, and certainly would ask any of our institution presidents if they have additional comments relating to Member Walker's questions. I'm sure that they would be happy to add context. Just in terms of a batting order, so you are all aware, we will move on. The College of Southern Nevada, the College of Southern Nevada will be first, followed by Nevada State University, Truckee Meadows Community College, Western Nevada College, Great Basin College, the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, our Desert Research Institute, and cleanup will be the University of Nevada, Reno. And so with that, I will turn the time over to President Klippenstein to begin the discussion and presentation on the College of Southern Nevada's projects.
Thank you, Brody, members of the board. I'm Stacy Klippenstein, the proud president of the College of Southern Nevada, and I'm here today to talk about 3 items that we have on the priority list. As you can see with the 3 capital improvement projects the Board of Regents have prioritized on their list, we are happy that the board selected the 60,000 square foot Northwest facility as their #1 capital project, #3 after deferred maintenance. The Northwest campus. I wish to start by thanking Kirsten Nally from Nevada Public Works and Michelle Brigida from Carpenter Sellers Delgado Architects as our lead collaborators and guiding us through the design phase of this project since 2023. Also, we are grateful for our Industry Advisory Committee who helped shape the vision of programming in this facility. Over 20 public safety representatives from every agency, organization, and municipality participated. Colleagues from CCSD participated, public safety employers participated, and of course, CSN faculty and staff all played a role in helping to inspire the programming for this first facility on the Northwest location. I'm sure many of you are aware of this project as it has been on the priority list before and has received $4.8 million from the state over the last 2 legislative sessions, with CSN kicking in over $4.4 million to complete the plans and have it a shovel-ready project. This facility will be the first facility located on our 41 acres in the northwest area of Las Vegas, which is one of the fastest growing areas of Las Vegas. Data shows this area in Las Vegas is an educational desert. The property is under a patent lease with BLM, and we have until 2032 to show substantial progress. This facility will be home of our, oh, I'm so sorry, am I supposed to be advancing that? Sorry, Brody. That's all right. Okay, there we go. This facility will be home of our Southern Desert Regional Police Academy, which is currently located on rental property in Henderson, Nevada, at a cost of $475,000 a year. Our goal is to assess the current curriculum and learning outcomes of this academy and add training that would be considered best in practice. It would also house general education classes, student services, a library, and will be home of our 4th CSN high school in collaboration with the Clark County School District. The project, after working with Kirsten and Michelle, has been scaled down to a cost of $146 million. There we go. CSN Foundation plans to contribute $10 million to the project, and the City of Las Vegas has committed $500,000. As you can see, over $50 million of the project is for on- and off-site improvements, bringing in necessary infrastructure to the barren property. Building itself is $66 million. Overall, this is a shovel-ready project. We'll address a gap in educational access in Northwest Las Vegas. We'll provide high-end public safety training and contribute to our successful collaboration with CCSD. We hope this receives your support. Oh, do you want?
Can you let them know this is number 19 on their list?
The next one, correct? This was number 3 in their list.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Sorry about that. And right there, that's what you meant, right? Okay, there we go. The next project that we have is number 19 on your priority list, which is the seismic retrofit for the library and east building of our North Las Vegas campus. This project has been on the list before and is now estimated at close to, oh, I'm sorry,
Member
sorry,
Walker,
my
can
bad.
you let us, this is not in our priority. We have things listed entirely different, so it takes us a
I'm so
little
sorry.
time to get to the page you're referencing.
Okay, there we go. You bet.
So we need some time.
You got it.
And next year, we hope we can have your presentation like our book.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
I will give you the time. Chairperson Hand, should I back up to the number 3 or? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that. So as I said before, number 19th ranked priority from the Board of Regents is our seismic retrofit for the North Las Vegas campus. This project has been on the list before and is now estimated at a cost of close to $11 million. This will bring the facility up to current seismic codes and renovate our library. The last project, which is number 20, ranked in the board priority. I'll give you a minute to find it. Good to go? Got it. The last project is our $2 million project that will complete our central plant tie-in at the Henderson campus for our A building. That was one building that was built earlier on, has its own separate central plant. Our goal is to get it completely tied into our main central plant for efficiency purposes, but that's about a $2 million project. And so those are the 3 main projects that we have for CSN on the priority list for the Board of Regents.
Board members, do we have any questions? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hand. Next up, we will have President Richtermeyer with Nevada State University. And the project that she will begin with should be project ranking number 4 in your packet.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Good afternoon. I'm Sandra Richtermeyer. I'm the new president at Nevada State University. Nevada State's capital priorities respond to needs that already exist on our campus as our enrollment continues to grow. Each project I will present directly supports student success, health.
I'm sorry.
Should I pause?
Yes,
I'm sorry,
I
it's fine.
apologize. We've got TMCC up next.
Okay, so should I come back? I'll come back then?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we had the president's.
You'll hear those
listed.
in a moment.
This
Thank
is
you.
off
It's
to
my
a
first
great
time here
start.
too. I just
Thank
doing what
Thank
I'm
you,
told.
President Alexander. President Alexander will take over for Truckee Meadows Community College, and I apologize for the confusion there.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Leiser. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Jeffrey Alexander, president of Truckee Meadows Community College, for the record. I come before you today to present 2 proposals, the first of which is Phase 2 of our Regional Fire Rescue Training Center at our Redfield campus on the Mount Rose Highway in South Reno. For your reference, Phase 1 of this proposed center is a 3-story, 2,160 square foot modular fire rescue training tower and training grounds.
Pardon me, could you give us what the priority number in our book is?
Yes, sir.
5.
Thank
Phase 1, seen here in red, is the rescue training tower itself. Phase 1 is fully self-funded by TMCC and is already approved by the NSHE Board of Regents. Phase 1 is ready to build. Phase 2 of our project, which I am presenting to you today, seeks $2.38 million to plan a 14,080 square foot fire rescue training facility and apparatus bay. The training facility will include classrooms, training spaces, fitness areas, lockers, offices, and storage for firefighting equipment. The apparatus bay will feature 6 bays for our fire trucks and ambulances, which are today kept outdoors, and exposure to the elements is very harsh. Together, phases 1 and 2 will support instruction in both structural and wildland firefighting, not only for our Fire Academy cadets and for fire professionals from our nearly 100 partner agencies, but also for those from neighboring counties and neighboring states. We aim to become a destination fire training center, particularly for rural and volunteer agencies that do not have access to such facilities, and nor do we. Today, our Fire Academy cadets must train at Station 52 in Carson City, which is itself fully booked up and unable to support our plans for expanded training. Already 3 years ago, the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada found that Reno was underwater 9 firehouses for the scale of the community, both residential and industrial, in our city. So the need is intensifying. I don't need to share with you how severely the greater Reno area has been impacted by wildfire in recent weeks and again in recent days. Members of the board, I respect your process and I understand the project's valued at over $10 million require advanced planning. At the same time, wildfire does not respect any process. Waiting 2 or more biennia to learn whether the project can proceed can certainly end up being very costly. Just this week, 45,000 people in the greater Reno area were forced to evacuate, 10,000 lost power, a state highway was closed, and sadly, 47 homes were lost, including one belonging to the parent of an employee at TMCC. But it could have been much worse if it were not for the brave firefighters and emergency responders, many of whom trained at TMCC. I can think of very few public works with greater urgency or potential than this project has today. So if you can find a way to combine advanced planning with construction review, we would be very grateful for the chance to deliver even more trained firefighters for Northern Nevada as soon as we are able. In the meantime, we will continue to raise our own funds to help support this vital effort because TMCC fully intends to step up and help protect our community. I also come before you today to present a second proposal that is admittedly a little less exciting, but important in its own way.
Number 14.
This is number 14 in your book. Thank you. I'll pause here.
Member Manley, for the record, while we're getting there, question on the first one. What's the current enrollment in that fire academy? And where do you project it out, like 4 to 6 years from now when that project's probably would be done if approved?
Thank you, Representative Manley. We have presently a fire academy that serves between 12 and 14 cadets each semester. And we expanded that from spring only to also fall and spring, so our cadets can make it through at that pace presently, given the scale of the access that we have in Carson City. However, in Carson, that facility, as I mentioned, is very busy. It is booked up all the time, and we can be bumped at any number of points. In fact, a couple of years ago, we were bumped on a Sunday after all the cadets had driven in from all over the state in order that the facility could have a pancake breakfast. And so we risk potentially losing opportunity for training days and also testing days when that sort of thing occurs, whether it's a natural event or a scheduling mishap. These things can impede our progress, and we are unable presently to expand the scale of the training that we offer or provide for the region. If we can have a facility of our own, and not only for the Reno-Sparks area, we could also continue to expand that for neighboring counties and states where they have often only volunteer firefighting agencies and no facilities at all.
Member Manley with follow-up question. Is there another academy or organization that's offering training in Northern Nevada other than you?
Yes, the fire agencies locally also train cadets, their own, and that is true for Reno Fire, Sparks Fire, Truckee Meadows Fire. They also train at the pace that they're able. But even so, our cadets are generally hired and will find themselves employed very quickly, and often even before they graduate. Additionally, I can share that we train several hundred wildland firefighters through our EPIC programming, that is our non-credit programming, each year. And we've had cadets come from as far away as New Zealand for that training because the terrain is very similar. Thank you. Seeing no further questions about the Fire Rescue Training Center, I'll move on to share that I'm here to present a second proposal, which is important in its own way. It's a renewal project for our HVACR systems and controls. We seek $4.7 million in state general obligation bond funding to replace and modernize aging HVAC equipment and control systems across several of our campus facilities. This project is a critical investment in the reliability, safety, and long-term viability of our climate control systems as our students and employees depend on the classrooms, labs, and service spaces that are safe, comfortable, and operational year-round. The proposal work will replace or upgrade one chiller, 30 fan coil units and associated controllers at the William N. Pennington Health Science Center at our Redfield campus in South Reno. Also several HVAC controllers at our Meadowood Center campus near the center of town. And the following items at our Dandini main campus, 92 heat pumps and associated controllers in the Red Mountain building, 1 air conditioning unit also in that building, and 30 heat pumps and controllers in the Vista building. Many of these systems have reached or exceeded their expected service life. Some serve buildings that date back to 1976, 1985, and 1992. Many of us were here in all of those years, and we look terrific, but our HVAC systems do not, decidedly. As they continue to age, TMCC is experiencing more frequent breakdowns, reduced performance, inconsistent indoor temperatures, and difficulty locating replacement parts. These increase maintenance costs, and all of that can impact budget for teaching and learning. Our teams are ready to coordinate these replacements in order to protect and preserve our already significant investment in these state buildings. And in closing, although perhaps not as exciting or urgent as a regional fire rescue training center, HVAC equipment is of course vital for day-to-day operations. I thank you in advance for your consideration today, and I'll gladly take any further questions.
Looks like we don't have any other questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
While I was trying to avoid musical chairs, we'll ask Dr. Richtermeyer to come back up to present Nevada State University's project requests. First one beginning should be number 4 in your book.
Good afternoon. I'm Sandra Richtermeyer. I'm the new president at Nevada State University. Nevada State's capital priorities respond to needs that already exist on our campus as our enrollment continues to grow. Each project I will present directly supports student success, health and well-being, academic growth, and workforce development. The university is prepared to contribute institutional matching funds through donor support and resources designed for capital planning and consideration. So now we'll move to 4. The first one here, Project 4, which is the first project for review is our academic village. 2 slides for this one here. This request is approximately $7.3 million in state funding for planning. It also includes approximately $520,000 for an institution match. It involves 40,000 square feet near student housing. This project was a highly ranked request during the 2023-2025 legislative session, but was not funded. We are pleased for the ranking for this session as well. The academic village would centralize tutoring and writing support, success coaching and supplemental instruction, advising and workforce development, computer labs, offices, and general purpose classrooms. It would feature an inviting courtyard layout that's designed to be like a learning destination and not office space. The facility is projected to serve roughly 5 full-time staff and plus tutors and writing specialists. According to recent capacity numbers, we need over 240% more study space than we currently have. Our entire tutoring center is one of our high leverage and retention tools. Right now it operates out of 490 square feet in the middle of our library. Other support programs are similarly scattered in small, hard-to-find spaces across campus. Data show that students who use tutoring persist and they graduate at much higher rates. So following several years of increased enrollment, this request would help us catch up and serve our student body. Its flexible design would allow the building to absorb new academic programs and additional classroom demand as we continue to grow. The next project is number 15. Okay. And this request is for related to a student wellness center. It's approximately, the request is for approximately $11.8 million in state funding for planning. And it involves 80,000 square feet adjacent to student housing. Nevada State has already received and expended approximately $1.8 million in federal funding allocation related to this project for the initial design, and the university would provide an additional $1 million, or would match with $1 million. Okay, initial renderings were finalized this month. The Student Wellness Center would include a mental health clinic with a licensed counselor, a student health center and clinical lab space, actually including clinical and lab space, fitness and recreation space, holistic wellness programming, substance abuse counseling, and a food pantry. It would also serve as the campus's coordinated response point for mental health crises, medical emergencies, and other events affecting student safety and well-being. A single, visible, and centralized facility would meet many current critical needs. Federal HRSA funding seeded the project's early design and programming. That's the $1.8 million I referred to earlier. And this request would complete the design and engineering work needed to make that federal investment constructible. Okay, next I'm going to go to project 23. Okay, this request is approximately $8.8 million in state funding and planning for a STEAM building. And it includes, we've included approximately $921,000 for an institution match. This is for a 50,000 square feet adjacent, a project adjacent to our liberal arts and sciences building. The building would provide classrooms, laboratories, and office for science, technology, engineering, arts, and math instruction. It would focus particularly on the physical and life sciences, including biology and chemistry. These programs require specialized lab equipment, fume hoods, biosafety cabinets, and secure storage that our current buildings cannot accommodate. Locating the building next to the Liberal Arts and Sciences building would cluster science instruction and share space efficiencies. The building is projected to support roughly 60 FTE. As our enrollment continues to climb, we have maximized our available space. Without this space, Nevada State's ability to grow high-demand STEAM programs is limited. The building would accommodate future needs and program growth while serving our long-term academic anchor for lab-based instruction. As I'm wrapping up here, I'd like to just focus on our deferred maintenance needs and provide a few comments on that. Our deferred maintenance needs would be related to, we would use the funds for exterior control joint repairs at the Dawson building to stop water intrusion, roof membrane replacement at the Raker Student Success building, exterior window caulking at the Raker Student Success building, concrete stair repairs and new sidewalks at the Rogers Student Center to address a trip and fall hazard and improve pedestrian circulation. And again, I want to put on the record that our matching funds for these priorities, for the 3 projects I presented, would come from donor support and other institutional resources allocated specifically for capital construction and planning. Thank you for the opportunity to present these, and I don't know if there's any questions. I'm very new, so I may have to get some help in answering the questions. Make sure I answer them accurately. Question? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Hand, next up, we have President Dalpy with Western Nevada College that will be presenting their project request.
Board, if I may, real quick, Mike Brown, Chief of Planning, State Public Works. Just so there's no confusion, if you're looking at the summary, you may find multiple projects with the same priority number. That is a translation from Board of Regents priorities to ours. For instance, WNC has, let's see, priority 12, there's 2 projects. The original request from the agency came as one request, but given it's 2 different facilities, we broke it up. So Public Works, we can count, just not here. So, thank you.
Good afternoon. Kyle Dalpy, President of Western Nevada College. Items 6, 12, and 16 on your punch list, plus that differentiation on the 2. We appreciate that. Western Nevada College serves more than 5,000 unique students each academic year in credit-based programs and another 1,100 in non-credit programs. Large number of high school students, a large outreach to 12,000 square miles within Northern Nevada rural region. I want to thank the board and the process for your support over the past biennium. We have received some funds in the past to help patch together our buildings. I'm one of the campuses that, because of our rural outreach and our span and going out into high schools and deploying dual enrollment and adult classes in the evening, we don't need any real new buildings on our campuses, but we are struggling to keep up the ones we've got, which is why you see a very exciting list of all the things that lead these presentations, like roofs, boilers, and HVAC units. And the first one is our Sage building at our Fallon campus. It's one of 3 buildings. That particular unit we've looked at for a number of years. For those of you, I should ask, is anyone here a WNC grad or taking a class? There we go. I always get one. It was a WNCC back in the day, not to, oh, there you go, okay. If you're familiar with our Fallon campus or not, depending on where you took classes, the Sage building has an HVAC unit. It's a single package on the roof. They don't build buildings like that anymore, from what I hear. And to replace it, we would also need to do some roof replacements. It's about a $2 million project. It does house our technical education. Ironically, our couple classes of HVAC are held in there, and welding. We did have some auto classes in there and a science lab. And so we were anxious to get that one fixed, because when they recharged the HVAC system a couple weeks ago, it went from 97 to 95. And so we are looking at solutions to get it usable, but that's one of our big ones. Coming to roof replacements at our Carson campus, and just stop me if I'm going out of the packet order here, but there's a number of buildings on our Carson campus that are struggling. They're all beyond end of life. The Cedar building, the auto building, our welding building, and our tool building, a lot of CTE buildings. Literally, it doesn't rain much, but when it does, we know exactly where those roofs fail, because it comes right into the building. And so we are looking for roof replacements for the Carson campus. And then the final priority are boiler replacements, again at the Carson campus in our Bristlecone and Dini buildings, $1.3 million to keep everything running in the winter. And so that's pretty much our exciting list of things. And again, we are one of the institutions that meets that minimum threshold for the HECS funding, the higher ed capital construction at $500,000. So the deferred maintenance funding we receive we appreciate it, but it doesn't go very far. That's why we have everything is pretty much deferred maintenance on our list. The final slide that I wanted to include, just to share with the board, is that we did hire a firm called McKinstry. It's a facilities condition assessment last year, and what this did was look at all of our needs and rank order it by priority for deferred maintenance. And so it's not just this roof's leaking, let's fix that today. We're prioritizing a list of deferred maintenance with the help of an outside consultant, so that we can get numbers in place and look at what is more urgent than something else, and we can strategically look at funding it. Unfortunately or fortunately, you can take this statement one way or the other, They're not always solutions in life. There's only trade-offs. So we can only fix one thing today, and it may not be fixed something else tomorrow, but we're trying to get it all done for the betterment of our campus and our students. And so with that, that's my my ask. I appreciate being in the middle of the presentation rather than at the traditional end, because we end with, always end with W and there's no money left. So maybe today there's something. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Member Manley, follow up to your comment about the 500,000 under, if you got the 15 million, but if you got the 85 million, you'd have a minimum of 3 million. So how does that play into these
Correct. So,
projects?
yeah, so I appreciate that. Kyle Dalpy for the record. Because it's based on square footage and we never met a minimum threshold. So 500,000 is our piece out of the 15 million that is distributed to NSHE. We would get additional funding above that as part of the cut of the additional deferred maintenance, which we support because that could be used to help some of these projects on this list.
Right, and so that, Member Manley for the record, so the first one was, let's call it 2 million. And then the next roof replacement was $1 million. So if you got the $3 million, would you plan to, kind of go down the list?
We would, and actually I can tell you right now, the Sage building HVAC replacement, which is at the $2 million mark, is my number one priority to keep that building going. So that would cover that, plus we'd have some to put into other projects.
Member Hen, for the record, I just wanted to acknowledge that you have a roof that made it through 46 years. We spent a lot of time this morning looking at projects that had lives of 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. So good job with your maintenance.
I appreciate that, Kyle Dalpy, for the record, and I will, because this is streaming, and I do have a fan club of a few people in Carson. Our facilities team and our entire staff has really done a great job of keeping things going. There's just so many parts you can buy on the internet nowadays, and some of this HVAC stuff is not of them, and the roof can only be patched so many times. But yeah, we've kept it going. Thank you.
Chair Hand, next up will be President Dinelli with Great Basin College. She will begin with project rank number 7 on the list, but before she begins, given some of the discussion, I do want to make some comments relating to what the ranking numbers 100 are at the end of the list in your material. Those were projects that were not ranked by the Board of Regents, but we were asked to present by Public Works Division staff because those are projects that had previously received appropriations to support, but that there's project shortfalls. In particular with Great Basin College, there's a project listed for McMullen Hall in your project materials. We've asked, and President Dinelli is going to give you the entire context around McMullen Hall and Lumberg Hall on the slide, so that slide will not match your material, but it's important to understand the entire context around both of those buildings on GBC as they relate to what Public Works asked us to present here today. So with that, President Dinelli.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. I'm the president at Great Basin College. It's a pleasure for me to be here. Great Basin College is your rural college. We serve 86,000 square miles. We have 4 campuses, Elko, Ely, Winnemucca, and Pahrump. They're essential to providing higher education and workforce training in our rural communities. Today, I want to focus on several projects that address 2 important needs. First, ensuring that our existing facilities remain safe, functional, and sustainable. And second, making sure that our strategic investment is going to allow us to respond to Nevada's growing workforce needs. So with that, move right on. Winnemucca, that should be number 7, I believe, on your guys' sheet. Our Winnemucca Industrial Technology Expansion is one of our most time-sensitive capital improvement projects. GBC currently provides critical career and technical education to Winnemucca, including our hybrid diesel, industrial maintenance, electrical, and instrumentation. These programs directly support industries driving the economy of northern Nevada, particularly in our mining and our critical minerals and the developing lithium loop. The challenge is that these programs are currently operating under a leased space. We've had the opportunity to be a recipient of the Tech Hub funding that has allowed us to support this lease, but it ends on June 30th, 2029. So we have a very real deadline to develop a permanent solution. The proposed project is approximately 10,000 square foot building with an estimated total project cost of $29 million. For FY26 planning and design, this project identifies $502,000 in other funding and around $933,000 in state funding. This will allow us to begin the critical planning and design while working on the larger funding and strategy for construction. For the overall $29 million project, GBC anticipates bringing in approximately $5 million in college funding and $5 million in donor funding. Looking towards you guys for the approximate $19 million from state to complete the entire project. We're not asking the state to carry the entire cost. GBC and our donors are prepared to make significant investments alongside the state to make this facility a reality. This is much more than a building, it's a workforce development investment. The students trained here become, like I said, skilled workforce. That's our diesel technicians, people that work in our mining areas with electrical technology, and our maintenance component that all of these industries rely on. We need to keep planning and we need to keep design moving forward so that we can transition these programs into permanent facilities without disrupting the workforce pipeline that they currently support. This is a slide that Brody was talking about as far as the HVAC units. The next priority focuses on McMullen and Lumberg Halls, two of our oldest and most heavily utilized buildings on our Elko campus. We greatly appreciate the $1.9 million in appropriations that we received on SB 427 for HVAC improvements, and the continued support that we have from State Public Works to move this project forward to completion. However, since we started the original estimates, those costs have increased significantly, creating a funding shortfall. The updated estimates for Lumberg Hall is approximately $1.23 million for HVAC, including 18 rooftop units and a dedicated server cooling system, plus approximately $494,000 for the roof. Lumberg is particularly critical because it houses the systems computer service and service infrastructure supporting not only Great Basin College, but numerous public entities across northern Nevada. These include Elko County School District, Elko County Dispatch, NDOT, UNR, Healthcare Services, and the Governor's Technology Office, among others. An HVAC failure in Lumberg is going to affect not just the environment, but disrupt critical technology, communication, and components beyond Great Basin College. State Public Works has recommended replacing the roof in conjunction with the HVAC work, which we agree is the most reasonable approach. However, SB 427 was written specifically for HVAC improvements and does not provide sufficient funding or flexibility to address increased HVAC costs or the roof replacement. For McMullen Hall, the HVAC work is estimated at approximately $2 million, with another approximate $495,000 for the roof. This is where we're asking for your assistance. We would like to address the funding shortfall so that we can fully complete the Lumberg and HVAC roof replacement to complete the HVAC and roof replacement on McMullen as well. Finally, we continue to address the sidewalk and parking lot needs. Last year, or in the SB 427, we were given $2.16 million to make our ADA compliance for some of our sidewalks, repair some very outdated pavement. And as part of the State Public Works assessment when they came, they also identified an additional $1.67 million for those same entities, parking lots, sidewalk compliance, all those ADA things that we have to have in place. Our goal is simple: protect the state's existing investment and address these needs before the systems fail and avoid a much more costly emergency and a repair in the future. This should be 22 in your packet. The Pahrump Valley campus is a project I've brought to this group before, but the project I'm presenting today looks very different from the one you've seen in the past. Our original concept for developing the GBC 274 acres of BLM conveyed land included the project estimated at more than $130 million. For a small rural institution like Great Basin College, we recognize that this project and this magnitude is not something that is financially responsible or obtainable for our institution. So we went back and we reconsidered what Pahrump needs today and what the region's going to need in the future and how we can develop this property in a much more practical and fiscally responsible way. Today, I'm coming to you with a more fiscal and responsible approach and plan. The new concept responds directly to the current workforce trends, particularly the growing demands associated with the expansion of critical minerals and activity in the region, as well as the expansion of healthcare and skilled trades. Rather than pursuing the previous large-scale campus concept, we are proposing a new design centered around 2 industrial-style buildings. This gives GBC the flexibility to provide high-demand workforce programs and facilities that are functional, adaptable, and more appropriate for the scale of our institution and the community that we're serving. We recently met with the Bureau of Land Management, and during that meeting, they provided us with a path forward. We have an opportunity to complete the necessary changes through the BLM process that would allow us to submit a new design for this property. The process will take an additional year, approximately an additional year, but it gives us an opportunity to move away from the previous $130 million concept and pursue a project that is better reflective of our institution and the needs of Pahrump. The planning and design needs identified for this project are approximately $7.62 million, and this is an important next step in determining exactly what the facility is going to look like and what kind of construction needs we'll have. For GBC, this is about building what Pahrump needs, not simply building a campus. My last slide is going to be on our deferred maintenance. Across GBC, our total identified deferred maintenance is approximately $9.6 million. The projects shown here represent approximately $3.37 million of those needs, which include ADA improvements, the McMullen elevator, Ely Center exterior repairs, roof replacements, boilers, cooling systems replacement, Pahrump and Winnemucca exterior repairs, and fitness center flooring. Individual, many of these projects may appear relatively modest compared to the major new construction projects. Collectively, however, they are essential to keeping our campus operational, accessible, safe, and efficient. For Great Basin College, deferred maintenance is particularly important because our campuses are hundreds of miles apart. When a major system fails in Ely, Winnemucca, or Pahrump, there are fewer alternatives available to relocate programs and services. Our priority is to address these needs proactively and strategically and extend the use and the life of our facilities. That concludes my presentation on our Great Basin College needs, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Hand, next up we have President Heavey with the University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
The interim president of UNLV, and thank you for giving me a few minutes to talk about UNLV's priorities. First, I want to pick up where President Dinelli left off, just mentioning the deferred maintenance needs of UNLV, which, like all of our sister institutions, are very high. For context, for the earlier question, it's worth noting that on a typical biennium, we spend about $35 million on deferred maintenance, $5 million of which comes from the state and $30 million of which comes from the institution. So we are spending substantial resources, institutional resources, on deferred maintenance on an ongoing basis. But as everyone has noted, we're in a similar situation with a substantial backlog of deferred maintenance. And the slide here lists some of the deferred maintenance needs of UNLV, which in your project book would be, again, NSHE priorities number 1 and 2. So we just want to join our sister institutions in urging support for additional funding from the state to support deferred maintenance needs across the entire system so that we can continue to try to make progress against a huge backlog of deferred maintenance needs. UNLV, we have more than 100 buildings and billions of dollars in infrastructure to support the more than 30,000 students who attend UNLV. I want to talk specifically about 2 projects or 3 projects that were asking for additional support for this year. The first one is project number 8 in your book. And project number 8 is planning for our College of Fine Arts building. We're looking for a total $10 million that would be split between UNLV and the system, or the state, roughly half and half. And this would be to replace the oldest current building on campus that was present on campus in 1960 and is at least 20 years past its end of life. We've seen a doubling of the number of students in the College of Fine Arts since 2000 and continued growth of up to about 10% over the last just 3 years. And I think, as everyone knows, that in Southern Nevada, fine arts is a key workforce development set of programs in order to support our entertainment economy. And so we're hoping to get the planning money to design the new building, and we would match the state's contribution at the institution dollar for dollar. The next project I'd like to talk about is project number 21 in your book, which is our School of Nursing. We in NSHE are excited to have played a critical role in solving the teacher workforce shortage over the last 5 or so years, and saw Joan Ebert yesterday talking about the fact that we currently now are finally caught up in the state with the number of teachers we need. And so I think the next most urgent workforce need in the state is the enormous shortage of nurses that we have. And this is the largest program at UNLV of incoming students, and across the state there's a critical shortage of nurses. And so we're hoping to get planning money to build a new School of Nursing building in the medical district. The building would be approximately 80,000 square feet, and then again we would match the state's contribution dollar for dollar with the total expected planning cost of about $12 million. We have continued to increase the number of nurses that we're producing, but NSHE total has not caught up with the huge nursing backlog across the state, and so we hope to continue to increase our capacity by building this new nursing building in the Las Vegas Medical District. And the final project I'd like to mention to you is an unranked project, which is actually at the back of your book. These are the final project. It's listed as project number 100, but it's actually unranked. And this is a project we're extremely excited about. We were proud to receive construction money for our new School of Business during the legislative special session, and currently we have about $75 million allocated from the state for this project, which is currently already in construction design. In the last legislative session, we had the planning money of about $12 million, which was matched $6 million from UNLV and $6 million from the state. And so we're already well into the project of doing construction design for this new School of Business. We have the largest School of Business in the state, and this is the largest college within the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, with over 4,700 students. It's also one of our fastest growing programs. And we're proud to say that Las Vegas is the city that the world comes to do business. And so we need a world-class business building in order to support the more than 4,700 business majors that we have. The State Public Works has realized that the initial estimates of the cost of this building are much higher than had initially been estimated, and so we're coming back to hope to achieve a 50-50 funding split with the state, so that would be an additional increment to the $75 million that has already been allocated in order to achieve that 50-50 balance, and the university is prepared to deliver on our 50% of the total cost of the building through a combination of philanthropy and bonding of our capital improvement funds. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Doesn't look like we have any questions, so thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Chair Hand, next up we have President Acharya from the Desert Research Institute.
Good afternoon. Kamur Acharya, President of DRI. So DRI's capital requests are focused on upgrading our existing facilities to ensure that our scientists can continue to be competitive For research funding, our requests are for upgrades to our Boulder City, Reno, and Las Vegas campuses. The first one is ranked number 9 in your package. It is the DRI Boulder City facility. We would like to turn that into a sustainability and resilience research and education center. So currently it serves as a lab as well as a workshop for our scientists to build equipment. No significant upgrades to the facility have occurred in decades. We'd like to modernize that facility to allow us to expand the research that can occur at that facility and to become a place where we can invite the community in to learn more about DRI science and to support STEM education. We have secured about $850,000 in federal funding to put towards this project, but we need additional $12.5 million to complete the renovations. The research and demonstration facilities will include ground cover impact on urban feet, geothermal cooling and heating, rethinking photovoltaics, multi-use approaches for agriculture and plant soil conservation, citizen engagement in co-designing sustainable environments, educating children and adults about sustainability in the desert. The next project is ranked number 11 in your packet, which is the fume hood and exhaust controls upgrade. DRI is seeking just over $6 million to replace the fume hoods and exhaust controls for our Reno and Las Vegas campuses. The fume hoods are, are more than 60 years old and controls more than 40 years old. The age of this equipment makes it increasingly difficult to source parts. These are important upgrades from both health and energy standards, and equipment failure can mean the loss of research data and force the closure of the labs. So these are really, really old equipments. We would really like to replace them. The next and the last request for DRI is number 17 in your package, which is the boiler replacement. This is a $4.3 million request. Again, the age is also a factor in the boiler replacements needed for both Reno and Las Vegas campuses. The age of this equipment is roughly 30 years, well past their end of service and also increasingly difficult to find parts for. New boilers will operate up to 20% more efficiently if they were replaced. So in summary, we would like to request for our Boulder City campus updates, fume hoods and exhaust controls, and boiler replacement at our Reno and Las Vegas campuses. And thank you. That's all I have. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take it.
Member Walker, I have one question, and it concerns your 30-year boiler life. We need you to teach the rest of the state how you take care of boilers. And if you could offer that service, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you for that. It's been incredibly hard, but we're trying our best. Yep, we'll do our best, whatever we can to help. There's a question.
Administrator Will Lewis for the record. Doctor, can you go back over to your project that's ranked 11th? In our package, we show 3.9 million. You referenced 6 million. And then I'd like to do the same thing for your project ranked 17th. Can you confirm the total dollar amount?
If I may hop in, just these are similar to what was referenced before, where you'll see 2 lines for project number 11. Ranking number 11. Those were submitted as one project approved by the Board of Regents as a single project, but with working with your staff, they've been separated to address, I think, separate geographic locations, and I believe a similar response would apply to 17. Yeah.
Thank you for that explanation, Administrator Will Lewis.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Hand. Up next, we have President Sandoval with the University of Nevada, Reno.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Director Grimmer. For the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. Thank you for your time today. I'm going to present the university's 4 capital improvement priorities for 2027-2029, and if we're going to start talking about history, we actually have a building that dates back to when Grover Cleveland was the President of the United States, and moving forward. But Member Walker, to you and through you, Mr. Chair, to Member Walker, to be responsive to your initial question and comments. I'll give you an example where there was no state funding for a building on our campus. We just completed a new business building that cost $163 million, and there is not 1 cent of state money. It's a combination of student fees and philanthropy. So we're very pleased about that. And as was stated by, I think, Mr. Leiser, all our parking garages are self-funded as well as our student housing. So we really do make the effort. And then the students do pay fees, and almost any building that you talk about on campus has a significant amount of student fees that go into those buildings. So I'll move to number 2 in your books, which is deferred maintenance. And I have been busily crossing things out in my notes, so I'll just kind of get to the point, Mr. Chair. And I think one thing that's illustrative of our request are what was mentioned is elevators. So that only this month alone, we had 2 elevators that went out of service, one at our applied research facility as well as one at the Paul Laxalt Mineral Research. And in both cases, it's a complete catastrophic failure. And we have been, again, Mr. Chair, to Member Walker's point, we do everything we can to keep things going. And in fact, there was a point where our facilities was obtaining parts on eBay in order to keep our elevators working, and they are just not making those parts anymore. So, and they cannot be sourced. And each one of those elevators costs approximately $500,000 to return to service. And the expected out-of-service time period is 12 to 18 months. So it's very significant. And we also have 6 additional elevators that are already in design for replacement, and we are upgrading safety systems on 46 elevators to comply with current Nevada standards. So not every one of those is $500,000, but I hope you can appreciate that those things start to add up. And it's not just a safety concern, it is ADA compliance in terms of people with disabilities and their ability to be able to have access to floors on our campus. So moving on to number 10 in your books, this is an HVAC and roof replacement at the Lombardi Recreation Center. We are requesting $10 million, and I'll pause for a moment to get you there. So this building actually opened in 1974, and I can say I personally used it in 1981 as a student there. But its air handling units are over 50 years old, and its single chiller failed catastrophically in 2021 and could not be repaired. And as you can see in the photo there, we are using a rented chiller that blocks part of a circular turnaround from May through December. But anyway, that's the chiller that we use to chill that building, and when it's not in service, the building has no cooling. But obviously during the wintertime in Reno, we don't need that cooling. But I think that illustrates the challenge that we have for that building. So we've already completed a North Campus chilled water feasibility study and design work for this chiller system. And there are also some life safety issues associated with that. Mechanical equipment sits above the acoustic ceiling tile approximately 40 feet above the floor where our student athletes train is accessed by an inadequate catwalk. So the project would also relocate that equipment away from up there and away from falling through. And I'm not suggesting that that's about to happen, but that's something that we have to be concerned about. And the project also replaces the air handling units, the failed chilled water plant, and the original 1974 roof. So moving on next to number 18 in your materials, we are requesting $19 million to replace failing roofs across 17 buildings. Every roof in this request is out of warranty, was installed before 2002, and are all beyond their serviceable life. The oldest is at the Paul Laxalt building, which is 43 years old. And again, Mr. Chair, to Member Walker's comment, we're really proud and thankful for our facilities team that really do a magnificent job in trying to do everything they can to keep those roofs doing what they were supposed to do. But obviously the replacements will protect valuable equipment and state assets, and they also include critical life safety improvements and things just as basic as fall protection and code compliant access ladders. And finally, and I guess we get to number 100, similar to our colleagues and friends at UNLV, we were fortunate as well. You are all familiar with the proposed life sciences building. It's been before this committee in 2018, 2020, 2022, 2024, and we're very thankful to receive an appropriation from the legislature for both planning and construction. The legislative appropriation was similar to UNLV's College of Business appropriation, $68.5 million, and there was $6 million that we received for planning that we also matched as well. We were very grateful that we just received a $30 million gift from Mr. Bob Davidson to help defray the cost of that building. But similar to UNLV, with construction inflation, the cost of that building has gone up by $57 million. And what we are requesting is half of that we will match in order to contribute to that project. But I will say we are moving forward on that project and have a scheduled groundbreaking in February of 2028. So that project is moving along, and we are ready, willing, and able, but this additional appropriation would be extremely helpful in terms of getting that done. And while I have the opportunity, I do want to thank the Public Works staff and our relationship with you all in getting this building done. We're very grateful for that. So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that's all we have. Obviously, there are much more on this that we need. This is only a fraction of what's happening on our campus, but we felt that we wanted to be prudent in terms of our request and really get at the absolute high catastrophic failure areas on their campus. So with that, Mr. Chair, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? You've done a good job.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you all.
Chair Hand, again, for the record, Brody Lizer, I apologize. I've been not introducing myself each time I talk. That concludes our campus presentations. As I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the presentation, the final slides are reflective of the Board of Regents approved ranked projects, but they also reflect the adjustments made by the State Public Works Division, either in regards to scope. There were some construction projects that were requested that were reduced to planning in alignment with the statutory language that suggests that projects over $10 million have planning done one biennium with construction the following. And this is just for resource reference material. I don't plan on going through these slides themselves. What's not included on these slides are the additional projects, those projects ranked as 100 that we were asked by State Public Works Division to have the campuses present today. I would like to take a moment and just thank you, Chair, and members of this board, allowing us the opportunity to come before you today. As you can see, we have quite a number of priority projects across the system. I also would like to thank Administrator Lewis, you and your staff. Mr. Brown has been quite helpful getting through this process. Member Walker, we will work with the Public Works Division staff in 2 years from now to try and help with the alignment of the project orders in your book and our presentation. The one good thing with me taking the opportunity myself to make some closing remarks, I do want to circle back to Member Walker, the questions and discussion that we had earlier, and just want to reinforce, as we heard from some of our institutions today, that we absolutely are using every resource that's available to us and to our campuses to address deferred maintenance needs. But we also would be greatly appreciative of any additional state support so that we can really try and start making a dent in our deferred maintenance backlog. And I just don't want any of my prior comments to suggest that we are only looking for state funding to address these needs. We are always looking at funding resources that are available to our campuses to address these items, and wanted to circle back and just have an opportunity to revisit that. With that, we would certainly be happy to take any questions from the board. If you have any additional questions, otherwise I think we can give you 10 minutes of time back.
It looked like we don't have any questions. Again, thank you all for your presentations this afternoon.
Thank you.
Member Hand for the record, good afternoon. Welcome to this is the 2:30 slot, and we're a minute or two behind. We apologize for that. I didn't realize that got away from us, so we'll grant you those a couple minutes if you need them. Thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to hearing your presentations.
Thank you. My name is John Barman. I am the Deputy Administrator with the Division of Public and Behavioral Health within the Department of Human Services. Joining me today is Mandy Davis. She is the Deputy Administrator for the Division of Child and Family Services, and she'll be speaking for her projects and telling you a little bit about her agency. Also, to my furthest to the right is Jessica Adams, and she is a Deputy Administrator for the Aging and Disability Services Division, also within the Department of Human Services. We are very honored to be here today. I appreciate the gravity of the work that this board is considering. It comes as no surprise that the number of requests will likely exceed our funding, and some of those hard choices will fall upon this board, and I appreciate the work, the public service that you're doing with these presentations. So with that being said, I'm going to do a brief introduction about our department, and then I'm going to defer to each of my co-presenters to make sure that we really understand the agencies that are involved. I know that you've seen a lot of HVAC, and you've seen a lot of roofing, right? And a project is a project is a project, and I think what's important is for us to understand why we are doing the project, who is involved with the project. Is it a mandatory or is it a discretionary? And I think in order to really evaluate that type of priority, it's important to understand the nature of the agency. So three of us, there are 4 divisions within the Department of Human Services, but 3 of us actually have buildings that we are presenting for capital improvement project requests. And so a little bit about the department. We are here to promote the health and the well-being of Nevadans through the delivery and facilitation of essential services. We want to ensure that we do the most to strengthen the families, protect the public health, and try and achieve the independence of each citizen of Nevada. Those 3 things generally support the quality of a community. We do have 4 divisions within the department. Not here today is the Division of Social Services, as they do not have any capital improvement projects to present, but nonetheless, they are a key component of what the Human Services Department does for the state. We do employ more than 6,500 employees statewide. We are across the entire state, not just in the urban areas, but we also provide services in the most frontier and rural areas of Nevada, where sometimes it is most challenging to provide public health services. We have a proposed biennial budget of more than $4.6 billion over the next 28-29 fiscal year. Very significant. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Jessica Adams to talk about her division and a little bit about why we are here today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, John. My name is Jessica Adams, and I serve as one of the Deputy Administrators at the Aging and Disability Services Division, or ADSD. ADSD has many programs, again, that operate statewide, serving either older adults or individuals with disabilities of all ages and their family caregivers. Our goal through all of our services is to empower people to live the most independent life possible out in home and community-based settings. One of our services is called developmental services. That is what serves people with intellectual and developmental disabilities across the state. We do that through 3 regional centers in the state. Our largest regional center is called Desert Regional Center, or DRC, down here in Las Vegas. DRC is the only region that operates a intermediate care facility for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, or an ICF for short. And so all of our projects that we'll be talking about here today are based on the ICF. That is the only state-owned building that ADSD owns. Within ICF services, it is an institutional level of care. We have a total capacity on that campus for up to 48 adults. Our services are meant to, again, gain independent living skills so that people can move back into home and community-based settings. We are not wanting them to stay there for the rest of their lives. But they do live in home-like cottages. There are multiple cottages across the campus, down here on the mental health campus off of Jones and Charleston. And so we have multiple homes. I think there's about 175 staff and contractors that provide all sorts of services to people, direct services, along with medical services. So we have nursing staff, we have therapy services, medical contractors that come in for medications and doctor's visits and all that kind of stuff. So again, this is a setting that serves people with intellectual disabilities, home-like settings, and really the goal to make them as independent as they can so that they can move into a lower level of care. And I'll turn it over to Mandy.
Good morning. I'm Mandy Davis from the Division of Child and Family Services. The projects that I'm presenting today involved our juvenile justice facilities. We operate 3 state-owned buildings, one in Elko, Nevada Youth Training Center, one in Caliente, Caliente Youth Center, and one in Las Vegas, Summit View Youth Center. These house juveniles who are under the justice system, but we provide schooling and recreation activities for them to not come back into the system when they're adults. So we try to put them on the right path and get them educated and help them live their best lives so they're not in the criminal system for the rest of their lives. We also operate our state-owned buildings include our children's mental health programs. Desert Willow Treatment Center here in Las Vegas is our PRTF, our psychiatric residential treatment center. We have one in Reno and then the hospital in Las Vegas. So those are our state-owned buildings. And a major part of our division is also child welfare, but that doesn't include any state-owned property or buildings.
Thank you. And again, my name is John Barman. I am the Deputy Administrator for the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. We used to be called the Health Division. We integrated when we disbanded the Mental Health and Disability Services. A lot of the disability services went over to aging and is now part of their focus. And then the mental health came over to the Health Division, and now we are the Public and Behavioral Health Division, trying to look at what does it take for an individual to live a healthy, happy life. I'm proud to announce that through significant effort, definitely more than a decade, the DPBH has recently been accredited nationally, and that is a significant milestone. And it represents a lot of the focus that we are doing on the total health and wellness of the individuals. The behavioral health direct services in particular, so we do have public health, and a lot of that is outreach, public service messages, really trying to focus on safe, healthy lives. But we also do have direct services where we provide services to individuals, not only inpatient, but also outpatient, and we do have clinics that are throughout the state. The behavioral health direct services provide psychiatric treatment and rehabilitation services in the least restrictive setting to support personal recovery and enhance quality of life. We serve individuals with mental illness who are either uninsured or underinsured, and those whose mental illness may have contributed to an interaction with law enforcement. DPBH operates 2 civil inpatient facilities, including the Deanie Townsend in Reno and the Ross and Neal in Las Vegas. We also operate 2 forensic mental health hospitals, including the Lakes Crossing Center in Sparks and the Stein Forensic Facility here in Las Vegas as well. Finally, DPBH operates 22 outpatient clinics located across the state. Services in the rural areas provide a safety net for a range of services for children, adolescents, and adults, whereas the services in the urban areas are focused primarily on the adults. As we get into the individual projects, I want to encourage the board to ask questions as we go through the slides. They're not interruptions, they're an opportunity to have the discussion to make sure that we're on the same page. I do have some time reserved at the end of our presentation in case there's some other questions, but by all means, we would absolutely encourage any type of discussion on any of our requests today. We do have 48 different projects that are being considered by the State Public Works Division. In working with them, we felt that the best, most effective use of our time is to present the top 20, and that's what we're going to be focusing on today. We will be going in priority order, and therefore we will see if we can flow through that book most effectively. Nonetheless, I want to present the first project that we have today, and that is for the furnitures, fixtures, and equipment for the Southern Nevada Forensic Facility. This has been a very long journey, and this the State Public Works Board has been part of the journey and incredibly important in getting us to where we are today. We have had issues trying to get timely and effective treatment to clients who are supposed to be admitted to our facility, and due to capacity issues, we've had a lot of challenges. It is through incredible foresight and wise decisions by this board. I'd also like to thank the department, also like to thank the governor's office, State Public Works Division for all of their coordination getting us to this point, and finally to the legislature who has agreed with this as being a priority for the state. With that being said, this is the highest priority for DPBH, and I am going to spend just a few extra minutes on this one and probably spare you from some of the minutiae when we get to the HVAC, because I think you probably have a pretty good concept of what that type of a project is. This journey has been a long path of desperation and thoughtful progress. This request represents a major milestone in responsible decisions by DHS, Public Works Division, Governor's Office, the legislature, and in particular this board. The state of Nevada, as with the entire nation, continues to evolve in funding and providing for the behavioral health care. Private and nonprofit community partners engage with our most vulnerable population in Nevada. As a state, we have committed significant resources, talent, and adaptability to the community through partnerships, including projects such as Campus for Hope here in Las Vegas, the Thrive program, which is a jail-based restoration program that is being operated out of the Washoe County Detention Center. In the most desperate situations, clients seek behavioral health treatment in our civil hospitals and outpatient clinics. When a client becomes involved with law enforcement, the court may assess if the defendant is able to participate in their self-defense and may order the client to be admitted to a restorative treatment in our 2 maximum security hospitals to establish competency to stand trial. In some cases, clients who are not able to be restored to competency but remain a risk to the public are ordered for long-term commitments in the forensic program. There is a strong correlation between timely restorative treatment and positive outcomes. The court considers timely admission for restorative community partners treatment to be within 7 days of perfected orders. DPBH works with community partners to commence remote restorative treatment or admission to the forensic hospital as soon as possible. However, limited capacity to the forensic hospital has prevented admissions within 7 days for many clients, historically leading to a large number of clients on the waiting list for admission, leading to clients decompensating or regressing, delaying clients' access to speedy trial and compelling a court to order over $3 million in punitive sanctions. The funding for this particular project for the Southern Nevada Forensic Facility was approved in 2023 for planning and design. The funding was approved in 2025 to commence new construction, and the current CIP request for your consideration is for the furniture, fixture, and equipment of the new facility to complete the build-out of the new facility for operations. We, as an agency, are also going to have a budget request considered for prioritization by the governor to provide for staffing and other operational requirements. The expectation is that this facility will be open for operations in the fall of 2029, which is state fiscal year 30. And we're sitting here today talking about the budget for 28 and 29. Those things, this project is required in order to make the building operational as anticipated. It is the final phase of that particular construction, initial phase of construction. Some things to think about. The new SNFF is the largest funded state building project in the history of State Public Works Board. I think that's pretty cool. This is due to the significant 327,000 square footage of the 298-bed, 4-story facility and the inherent resource-intensive nature of a maximum security hospital. So again, appreciate your time, your consideration to try and reach this major milestone to build out this particular facility. Construction is in process, and we are hoping to fund the last phase of this project in 28-29, with the rest of it becoming operational responsibility. Thank you.
Now, Member Walker, I have a question. In 2029, we will have roughly 300 bed increase at the completion. You already have 130 that are in a waiting list for 2029. So your capacity at that, you've already used up a third of your capacity in a forward look at 3 years from today.
I really appreciate the discussion. One thing that you'll note, I completely agree with your assessment. We have a waiting list that exceeds our current capacity, and when this building is completed, it'll exhaust our capacity. We actually have an issue, which I'll discuss when we get to our third priority, and that is to build the fourth wing on this same building. And when we do that, then we will hopefully be in advance of what that waiting list is. Part of our challenge is the long-term commitments. And if you'll give me deference here, I'm going to delay some of those comments until we get to that third priority and explain exactly what you're discussing. And that is the 298 is not sufficient for the long-term need of the state.
Member Walker, I was helping you tee up your next item.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Unfortunately, I got to squeeze in because I know we're going by priority order. So I know I need to divert your attention to the second priority, which is a companion request for remodeling the kitchen of Ross and Neal. When we create the new SNFF, we will be closing the current kitchen facility, food service center, on the SNAMS campus, and we will be relocating that into bigger, better, badder inside the Southern Nevada Forensic Facility. This is necessary because the scope of increase in clients is so exponentially large that the current kitchen facility won't work. And so we've really had to integrate that into the plan of the new SNFF, and all of the food service will occur from that facility. Now, the food service not only satisfies that building, not only satisfies, DPBH, in particular, we're going to still have to provide for the Ross and Neal Hospital, but it also provides the food service for the ADSD facilities that are on the campus and the DCFS facilities that are on the campus. So it's absolutely important that we get the kitchen correct in the SNFF, and in so doing, we have now an incompatible food service model in the Ross and Neal facility, and so we now need to update the way that the flow works. We have a dysfunctional kitchen in Ross and Neal. We need to update that kitchen in Ross and Neal so that we would be compatible with the way the food is being served out of the SNFF. All right, now back on track. Thank you so much for teeing this up. We do have a third project, and this is planning the fourth wing of the SNFF. I believe you have the presentation in front of you, and so if you're looking at slide 5 and then you're looking at slide 9, and I'm not sure if that's the case or not. Mandy, can you do your magic here? So you'll see on slide 9, we've got a little fourth wing there that's like a hologram. And if we go back to slide 5, you'll see that we are missing that fourth wing. So the third priority for DHS is what we're talking about on that fourth wing. We do have 69 long-term commitments. In other words, when someone has mental health issues and is assessed by the court, unable to provide their defense, they do send them to our facilities in order to try and restore their cognitive ability to provide self-defense and participate in their defense in their trial. Not everyone can be restored to competency. And so in those cases, they haven't been adjudicated, they haven't been determined to be innocent, and they still may pose a risk to the public. So what do? We provide a setting where they are safe, they continue to receive treatment. However, it's not something that we were able to turn over in 90 to 120 days, but it is something that we're still working on. In some cases, they may never be restored to competency. And so they become a long-term commitment to our facilities, and they are still forensic clients, and so therefore still part of our program. We did not used to have the long-term commitment policy until about 2015, 2010, when it really started impacting us. And now we're up to 69 long-term commitment clients, 11 of which were admitted in the last 12 months. Now, a long-term commitment means that they are in our facility for up to 10 years with a possible extension of another 5. And for those that are considered not able to stand trial because of their mental health illness, their stay could be in perpetuity. When they are in our facility for a year, that prevents us from treating 3 to 4 clients that year. And as we've seen, just getting 11 new commitments, that is a significant, that reduces our ability to treat 33 to 60 clients to restoration in a short-term treatment. And so not only do we have this wait list that is problematic, we also have long-term commitments that are preventing us from attacking that wait list as aggressively as we would like, treating them timely, getting them admitted within the 7 days. And so the 298 beds are going to be problematic. And that's why our third priority here is to begin the advanced planning for the fourth wing of the Southern Nevada Forensic Facility. We do need to start this planning with the intent of urgent construction so that we can avoid the fines, but more importantly, we can start providing the treatment that the court has ordered and are currently unable to do. Any questions about the SNFF? Thank you so much for the conversation.
Okay, Jessica Adams, our department rank number 4 is advanced planning for 4 buildings on the ICF campus. Again, thank you to this board, the governor's office, the legislature. We were able to have CIP Project 25 CO2 that went in or was approved for last session. That project is building 3 new buildings currently on this campus so that we could clear the land needed for the SNFF project. Those buildings are miraculously have been torn down and built in about a year. We actually have staff in one of the buildings already. The final 2 buildings will be fully ready for occupancy by the end of September. So amazing work, both from the contractor and the Public Works division for keeping this on track so that we can keep the SNFF project going. So these 4 buildings that we are asking for advanced planning on, they are 50 years old, approximately. Yes, 50. And again, these are homes for individuals. So these are homes that people live in. Each of our homes have 4 to 6 people living in them. So for these 4 buildings, we are doing our absolute best to, try to keep them pieced together. Obviously, as the new buildings open, for those 3 buildings, one is a administration building, 1 building is devoted for nursing and therapies, and then 1 building, a good portion of that building is meant for a home-like setting. If you were to tour that new building and compare it to the old buildings, there is obviously a massive difference in the life that people can live in each of these different settings. So for this project, what we are asking for is just for that advanced planning so that we can hopefully come back next time to try to get these 4 buildings redone and rebuilt, and again, bring buildings up to standards that people with intellectual disabilities should be living in. Questions?
Mandy Davis with DCFS. The department rank number 5 is the well number 2 replacement at Nevada Youth Training Center in Elko. Well number 1 collapsed a couple years ago. It was fixed with a sleeve, so there's less water running through that system currently, and there's no backup in case that one fails again. So the facility needs a second well because there's no other water source. They can switch to city water in an emergency, but we don't have the funding for that expensive water in our budget currently. So they need the second well as a backup and to ensure if the first one does fail, the kids are still served in the facility. They're court ordered to stay there, so we can't remove them without violating court orders. The fire loop at the facility is connected to city water, but that's just for fire sprinklers and hydrants, just in case a fire happens at the facility. But other than that, there's no other backup in case the well fails. The second well is not currently usable because there's a high concentration of iron in that water. So it was capped off because it's not usable. So we either need to repair that well or dig a new well. There is a house right there with a pump and equipment needed to run the well, but that well is not operational.
Member Walker, in mention of your on-site storage water tank, how large is your existing water storage facility?
The water hold tank is 7 days worth of water if it's filled.
And what kind of consumptions?
They need it daily for showers, cooking, cleanliness. For the whole facility, they also need, they have landscaping. They have a football field out there that needs watering. For their sports program, they have many trees and grass areas for the youth to recreate on. I don't have a amount of gallons that they need daily.
Okay, so
for the facility.
you have 7 days of reserve when the tank is full.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The next project is an advanced planning proposal. This kind of ties into the previous one. This project will provide advanced planning for connection, the replacement of domestic water, sanitary sewer, and irrigation systems at the center. These were last replaced in 1960, so they break and fail a lot. They constantly need maintaining. Show the pictures of that. And this project would also provide a backflow preventer for the connection to the city water. The irrigation, like I said before, is used for the football field at the facility, for the sports program, and landscaping with all the trees on the facility. These systems are all connected to the well that was in project number 5.
Member Walker, and this would probably be to our staff, that if project number 7 is putting in 8,000 feet of domestic water from the municipal system, why would there be a need for a second well if we're tied into the second system? Or if we are in a second well, why do we need to tie it into the domestic system?
Brian Walker for the record. Member Walker, thank you for that question. I think, yes, that's very astute. Those projects, we would not want to fund them both at the same time. They represent really different options or path forwards for the NYTC facility. You could move forward with making the second well functional, and they would be standalone water system without connection. Or the second project you heard, you could move forward with that project and you would have a municipal connection going forward, and you wouldn't need the wells at NYTC any longer.
Would this become, I haven't done any calculation on the existing or the option A, option B, but one would cost, if I knew how much the facility took a day in a municipal water fee, I could figure out pretty fast which way to go versus an electric increase, which is already there, versus the domestic water fee.
Correct. We did a feasibility study about 10 years ago, and so I think the numbers, are obviously a little bit different now. We could look at that again and share that with you.
Well, before we would make a decision, we'd want one project, one proposal on whatever that best option is.
Understood. Yeah, we can have that ready for our next meeting.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This is Mandy Davis. I just wanted to add to that, the facility has water rights to the land at where they're located. If they tied to the city water, they would have to give up those rights.
Please don't use give up water rights. Those are for sale at huge amounts, so.
Okay. I just wanted to mention that.
That would also be included in this calculation of a salvage value of water right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jessica Adams again. So department rank number 7. This is to replace the HVAC split systems in 5 of our cottages across the campus. I will note that these 5 cottages are not the ones we're asking to tear down and rebuild. These ones are, I believe, a little bit younger. I think they've been built around closer to the early 90s. Square footage ranged from 2,650 to 5,104 square feet. HVAC systems are nearing the end of their useful life. We need air conditioning, we need heat. Again, these are people served in here, so.
Member Walker? We see a lot of these HVA systems come across for funding, and yours is one of the least service lives that we see. To me, it suggests you have a maintenance issue.
Okay.
That this is what I read from this is you're not taking care of your HVA system.
So I can say that we do have maintenance contracts. They are serviced. So
You can work with our staff and they can give you an approximate service life for this type of stuff, but you're on the very low side.
okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm back. John from DPBH, and the 8th priority for our department is the cooling towers for the Rossendale Hospital. I know you guys know what the cooling towers are, so I'm not going to get into a large discussion there. Nonetheless, it looks like they are becoming less serviceable, and we need to make sure that we are taking care of business. This particular facility is for the Rossendale Hospital, which has 148 current clients. And again, these are clients that are not, it would be difficult to find an alternative location to house these clients should the HVAC fail here in Las Vegas. And so we are prioritizing this as number 8 for our department. Number 9, again, this is for HVAC. In this particular situation is to replace the kitchen HVAC, the refrigeration, exhaust, and temperature control systems. This is particularly problematic. As you can imagine, adequate HVAC for heating and cooling is necessary in a kitchen environment where they have introduced other sources of heat. So therefore, it can get extreme should any of these systems fail, which they have failed multiple times, including having employees in the kitchen. The employee has been taken out of commission and ultimately needed to have some physical attendance. There have been OSHA complaints, and so therefore we are putting them in an environment that we are not controlling appropriately. We do have a contractor that provides the food service on the campus, and our responsibility is to provide an appropriate facility for this contractor to be able to perform their duties. And at this point, we are not meeting our responsibility. Again, this vendor provides services not just for DPBH, but for multiple agencies that are on the NAMS campus in the north. All right. I believe now we're on to number 11. This one's crazy. I'm just saying. In the lobby of our Rossendale facility, you walk in and it's beautiful. It is beautiful. It is doing everything that we intended it to do. It is providing an appropriate setting where members coming from the public, coming into the facility, they are greeted with a very professional and appropriate entry. However, no one looks up. And if you look up about 30 feet in the air, there are some main structural support beams, and those structural support beams have laminate on the outsides of them. And the laminate is similar to Formica. It is extremely sharp, extremely structural, and it is becoming delaminated from the beam and is likely to fall. I'm always looking up when I walk through that lobby just to make sure I'm not going to be that person. And should that lamination fail, we do pose a significant possibility of injury to members inside that lobby. We do need to address the lamination or delamination in the lobby. Additionally, there are other areas that are failing. I do believe that you've got images where we're showing countertops that have failed, and it's not possible to work on those counters. Additionally, it does in our particular environment, since we are a hospital, sanitation is of a high priority, and when we have those types of surfaces, it is a very difficult challenge to maintain sanitation in some of our vulnerable population. So we have ranked as priority number 11 to address some of these particular elements that have failed that need to be addressed in order to maintain proper operation and safety within our facility.
This is Member Manley. The beams, do we know when those were installed? How long ago?
That would have been with the original construction of Ross and Neal, and that particular facility was constructed in 2006.
Member Hand, for the record, if you don't need. So, have you done anything in terms of putting something up to catch the lamination to make sure that it doesn't get to anybody?
At this point, we haven't had to put up safety netting, but I think that we are approaching that point where we are going to need to put up some security measures to mitigate that risk.
Okay, great, just so that's addressed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Administrator Will Lewis for the record. I'd like to offer Public Works to work with you and your staff, John, to come up with a solution that is not only attractive, but is also and feasible, but also is functional at the same time. So please.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We have a very professional and effective relationship with the State Public Works Division, and I appreciate that offer. Thank you.
Mandy Davis, number 12 on our priority list. I wanted to go back and mention to Member Walker, somebody messaged me, we use 25 to 30,000 gallons of water a month during the summer in YTC, and 10 to 12,000 gallons of water a month during the winter because there's less irrigation. So number 12 is cottages domestic hot water system improvements. This project will upgrade the water heaters in the 5 cottages listed in the project. These are residential grade water heaters. Those in the other cottages were have already been replaced. This project also includes the upgrade of a hot water generator that will be in the multi-purpose room that houses the laundry for the facility, cooking, all the major hot water needs for the facility. The existing water heaters are old, difficult to maintain. The residential ones in the cottages are 15 years old, and the hot water generator in the multi-purpose room is 40 years old. So they're difficult to maintain and keep running.
Okay. Department rank number 13. This is to put in safety glazing windows, or safety glazed windows, and also paint some of the exteriors of the ICF buildings. And individuals who live at the ICF, several of the individuals there do exhibit behavioral challenges. So we deal with broken windows, things along those lines. Right now, the window replacement is costing us about $7,500 a year. If we're able to get the safety glazing on, then hopefully that would reduce the window breakage. This would also include increasing safety for staff and for people served as windows are broken less. The other piece of this is to paint some of the exterior buildings. Mandy, if you could switch to the next slide. On these pictures, you'll see in the middle, that's some of the new construction. As you can see, it's built out of gray brick, purposely built so that we're not gonna have to be painting these buildings as they're built new. The picture on the left is the current paint scheme that we've had, so that kind of yellowish paint scheme, golden yellow. The picture on the right is one building that we've been able to paint to look closer to the new building, so it looks like one unified campus. So the project would, I think, paint, I want to say 3 or 4 buildings. And that also, obviously, with painting will help with making sure that the exterior is protected from the weather and other deteriorating exterior finishes.
All right. We good?
Curiosity, how many windows are in the buildings? Just ballpark.
You guys have an idea?
Oh, is it in there? Okay, thank you.
Is it in? Okay. Do you have an idea?
Gary Winder. The buildings are approximately just like homes, so there's one in each bedroom, and there's a living room area, kitchen areas, and only maybe one small shared office space in between. So my guess is in a home that serves up to 8 people, we're probably looking at 20 windows, give or take. And I could verify that if you wish, but the homes, there are a few of the homes that are a little bit different, but most of them are similar in scope. So if I calculated one, they would be the same for them all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. John Varman again. The next item, rink number 14th. This is for doors and cameras and other controls for the Ross and Neal Psychiatric Hospital. It's important for us to maintain treatment areas to protect clients from going into unsafe areas and to make sure that staff have safe areas in order to base their treatment out of. Some of the things that have occurred, current door control systems are obsolete. Many of the doors have been upgraded, which do not work with the current system sync, and therefore is problematic. The issue with the older cameras restricts the facility's ability to monitor movement. We do need to upgrade the cameras in order to make sure that we are properly following our clients and making sure that the treatment is safe. Also, again, to make sure that we're not putting them in sensitive or high-risk areas. And so we need to update the controls that help the staff at the facility.
Member Manley, for the record, this packet is informing me that the access control system was installed in 2018 and the camera system was retrofitted in 2021. So 5 years later, for it to be outdated, that seems strange to me.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation. I do not believe all the doors and all the cameras are retrofitted. I do believe there are certain areas in that this would be a continuation of that. So that was part of the information on here, is that several of the hospital doors have been upgraded to the newer Delta control. And so we do have older doors and older cameras that have not been retrofitted, and that's causing some of the synchronization between the two systems. Thank you for the question. Priority number 15.
Member Walker,
sorry.
Directed to our staff. There's 200 interior cameras. Will these 200 cameras work with the new software that is proposed? So would lead to the next question. We wouldn't have to replace all 200. We would just have to add additional cameras to take in the dark areas.
Thank you. Brian Walker for the record. The question, will the new 200 cameras in this project work with the new, control or monitoring system? Yes, they would. My understanding of the cameras is the modern cameras we're installing are IP-based type cameras, and they more or less will work with any, you know, control system over the top of them. And so that would work. I think looking at that project, some of the issues are the cameras that were installed with the older projects are no longer compatible with like GTO standards for cameras. That's why it mentions the banned list, things like that. There's manufacturers where these cameras are not like, you know, old enough to age out, if you want to use that term. They don't want them any longer, is a lot of that project.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And expanding on that, we have been working with the State Public Works Division, making sure that we have a statewide standard of what new systems require. And it seems like all of our projects that we are pursuing are meeting that standard. Just to make sure that, you know, when we have a camera replacement in the north or a camera replacement in the south, they're still going to have the same compatibility requirements. And either through attrition or by design, the new SNFF, all of those cameras are going to be on that same standard. All right, the next priority, number 15, is for a Sallyport at the Lakes Crossing Center in Sparks or Reno, Nevada in the north. We were required to remove storage containers off the site. And so some of our equipment that was previously undercover is no longer undercover. We have, given the nature of the campus, we've tried to protect that as much as possible, bringing it in close to the building. However, this is in an area that we also use for access to the building. We bring in linen and other supplies into the building, and there is no cover over this area. And so this request is to provide, address some of the tripping hazards and provide cover over that particular area for protection, not only for clients and staff, but also for the equipment that is located in that area around the building. Yeah, this picture demonstrates that it would be appropriate to provide protective equipment for some of this high-value equipment.
Mandy Davis, the next project for number 16 is at Seventh View Youth Center in Las Vegas. This project will include the outdoor recreation area for the facility. The gym was recently remodeled for youth to have recreational activities indoors, and this would provide a separate space outdoors for them to recreate. In addition, this project includes drainage improvements for the facility. You can see from the pictures that the way the water flows, it gathers next to the buildings. The CMU block walls absorb the water and are deteriorating. So as part of this project, it'll improve the drainage system. I think that's it, unless anybody has any questions.
Thank you. John Barman again, and you got me for the rest of the slides that we're going to be presenting today. So the next item on here, priority number 17, is the HVAC and electrical for NAMS. I will tell you the Building 8 is a pretty good building. It had some improvements on the interior. The problem is some of the infrastructure wasn't upgraded to match the improvements that were being made on the inside. So we have a significant number of cubicles that are ready to be occupied in the building. Previous agencies have been in there using those cubicles, but no one wants to be in there. And the reason why is we have like the company pen, right? There's one outlet there's one line of circuits that provides electricity to a bank of cubicles. And so if someone uses the electric stapler, it shuts everything down, right? We need to make sure that the electrical, the infrastructure in that building is upgraded in order to support the capacity for office space in that particular facility. So in this particular request, we are looking at electrical HVAC systems just to make sure that it can meet the current use or anticipated use of what that building is best designed for. We have some displaced office staff that cannot move into that building because of the limitations in that building. So this request is to upgrade the infrastructure so that we could occupy it and use it appropriately. The 18th priority, this is the infrastructure of the NAMS campus. Oh my gosh. So this is a 100-acre state facility dating back to 1882. And I think we still use some of those sewer pipes. I swear we use some of those same sewer pipes because I've seen it, it's ugly. We need to revisit the infrastructure, and it is a significant, very complex endeavor that we have in this particular request. We need to be looking at water lines, we need to be looking at isolation valves, we need to be looking at sewer, electrical, communications, and this is a request for the advanced planning for all of that work. I would note that this particular facility is right next to a river, and so when we do have sewer disruptions, it is all hands on deck to make sure that we are not allowing any of that to spill into the river. And you know, when we're having some of those infrastructure issues, it's disruptive to the agencies that are on that campus, including our inpatient hospital and our Lakes Crossing Forensic Hospital.
Administrator Will Lewis, John, I feel like I'm turning into the timekeeper here, but you got less than about a minute, so if you can.
Oh no, you gave me 2 extra minutes because we started late.
Okay, you got it.
All right. So priority number 19, that's for flooring. I think we understand there are some tripping hazards that we need to address in the Lakes Crossing Center. And then also for the priority number 20, the NAMS Deanie Townsend Inpatient Civil Hospital also need to have some flooring addressed. So not going to get into flooring. I think you guys understand the scope of the flooring. I'll just finish with a couple of comments here. Our presentation did not cover all 48 priorities. It covered 20 of the 48. And then also, it did not cover any of the statewide projects. I understand Public Works Division has incorporated those into their presentations. And so we will avoid taking your time on those. I will finish with DPBH, DCFS, aging. We appreciate your time today. And thank you for letting us talk about our agency, talk about how so our population is some of the most vulnerable and impressionable in the state, and their options are limited. And in many cases, their liberty has been entrusted to the state, which comes with enormous responsibility. If we don't provide it, then we are failing in our requirements. So given our limited options, we want to make sure that we are being responsible caretakers of our population. Thank you again to this board. It has been an excellent journey going through. I've presented to this board, I think 5 times now. And this journey, we're walking through this with you, has just been extremely rewarding, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your presentation. All these projects are highly funded.
So why are they even coming here? For flooring replacement. Don't get it.
Good afternoon. We look forward to your presentation.
Good afternoon. My name's Mike Sprinkle. I'm the facility supervisor for the state of Nevada DMVs. I have Bethany Musselman, the fiscal operations manager for the DMVs. I appreciate your arduous. We have 10 projects that we would like to show you. The courtyard safety improvements, the update of the computer facility, the east wing second floor upgrade, the surveillance cameras, the mailroom in the hallway, the customer service desk, the shade structures parking lot, and also surveillance cameras for Carson City, and finally the generator for our license plate factory. The first one, the courtyard safety improvements. Let me jump forward. A lot of people don't realize the Carson City is more than a DMV office. It's a campus. There's 4 buildings. The top left building is known as the East Wing, built in 1965. It houses the Department of Safety. It has our off-highway vehicle, our license plate, not our license plate, but many of our different administrative office. The East Wing was built in 1980. That's the top right building. The bottom floor, the first floor, half of it, that's actually our DMV office. So very little of this campus is a public DMV. This is the administration for the entire state. The other half of the first floor houses the call center for the entire state. The top floor is all the administration. Legal, director's office, our motor carrier division, just different ones for that, finances, things like that. The bottom right-hand building, that's our warehouse. We do all everything goes through there for the entire state. All the computers, everything. And the bottom left building, that's our Move It building. So these buildings were built in different decades at different times. If you look at the middle area, that's what we're talking about with the courtyard improvement. You'll see we have chillers in there. We have a generator in the bottom right hand. But basically the issue is it's kind of been piecemealed. I've always called this area the Winchester House because we've just had one addition after another, and it wasn't planned out in a big way. That area, the employee parking lot, is to the south and at the bottom. So almost all the employees enter through this courtyard. It's cobblestone, it's aggregate. In the wintertime when they use ice melt, it melts the ice and snow, but the water doesn't go away and it refreezes. This is a good example. That is not a mine shaft down at the bottom. That's an abandoned utility box. We've had several construction projects. We've had the CIP that added our switch gear and things like that. None of those are in secure areas. You'll see some of the conduit that's been left abandoned and many of our boxes that you see. And the far left picture is a great picture of the aggregate cobblestone. This area is our egress. It's the staff use it for breaks. Also, a lot of our vendors, contractors use it to access the fire risers, all the switch gears, our UPS systems, things like that. So that's really in a nutshell. The first one that we're asking about is the courtyard. Next one is our move it, or our computer facility. If I go back, the computer facility is the bottom left hand on that page. It was built in, it finished in 1998. Right now, the server room has 2 large chillers that are original. You know, I wrote the one about we don't have a one-way valve. When we get rain in the parking lot, it backs up into our server room. The building has outdated power. We have weekly problems with circuits being blown. The worn carpet is original, ADA compliant, and the halon, they no longer make halon for the server room fire suppression. And there's some examples of a custodial closet being used alongside a fire riser room. You see with the carpet and the top right hand, that we actually had a new raised floor that was CIP project 23M22, but we're still getting flooded underneath there. That didn't touch that project. The final thing about that building, we had new chillers recently. It was 21M23. The Move It building, the IT building, was slated to be part of that. And the project went over budget and it never got hooked up. So it runs the other 2 buildings, the East Wing and the West Wing, but not the Move It building. We're still running on 5 separate HVAC rooftop systems. Next, the East Wing 2nd floor upgrade. As I was talking about our East Wing, it houses the entire administration for the state of Nevada. It hasn't had any major upgrades in 10, 20 years, more than that. Right now, the data and the power are outdated. We recently, on the other CIP I spoke about, we had new pumps put in, and the mechanical room is above the 2nd floor. One of our pumps overpowered, and it flooded glycol. We had a major glycol issue with that, and we're requesting that floor get so it can contain that in case we have any future problems with but these are some of the pictures. It's very outdated. It houses 100 employees, 4 or 5 different departments, and the break room we're getting, and it's my daily battle, we're getting corridor break rooms, if you see in the picture, and we need to update that. The center pictures from when we had the blowout in the mechanical room from the HVAC systems. Okay, 4th one, surveillance cameras like they were talking about before. This one is for South Reno. South Reno started in 2019, I believe, and their cameras are coming to the end of their life. They cannot be updated, and the GTO is asking for new ones that we can get, and also 2 additional cameras out front. This one, the mailroom hallway restoration. In the... Yeah.
So it seems like we have at least 2, Phil Manley for the record, 2 facilities that are saying their camera systems that are anywhere from 5 to 8 years old are obsolete. I'm wondering if this is going to be a continuous issue for the state, if there's anything we can do about it, or if those folks just tell us too bad, so sad. Like, I don't know, I'm a little bit confused about this situation with, pretty new facility already needing new cameras. I know there was a lot in there.
I've been told that they can't update. They will not be able to update with the new systems. And they can't be secure.
Yeah, understood maybe, and it's a bigger picture question. Like I said, are other agencies gonna be facing this? And, okay, we get new camera systems, and then in another 5 years, they say we can't update those. Is this gonna be a recurring issue?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question, and I think you know what? I will look into that because I don't know the answer to that question, but it makes me think because I know we think, hey, we're putting something in, we're good for 20 years, right? And I have been told this too, but I think I need to look into it more. It's like, yeah, it's 8 years old. Let's replace it. What design decisions do we make with this camera system that, locked us into this path of an 8-year replacement? Because I know the cameras physically are not worn out. I don't know that a camera, will last 20, 30 years. It's not a boiler or a chiller, but more than 8. So I thank you for that question, Member Manley. I'll look into that.
Member Manley, again, appreciate it. Yeah, if it's just the manufacturer says, well, we don't want to do that anymore, that way we have to pay them a bunch of money for new systems. That doesn't seem like the best process.
Administrator Will Lewis, let me chime in on that real quick too, Phil. So we're having ongoing conversations with the governor's office to standardize, as was made mention earlier in the previous agency. John made mention of that. What we're discussing with GTO, and we're trying to come to an agreement, is to pick a system that could be used, or camera rather, that could be used both north and south. And with that being said, some of the cameras that we have right now just don't have the support as far as software for GTO to be able to, first of all, manage it, as well as to use it for the intended purpose to integrate north and south. So that's a big picture item that we're tackling right now, and again, that's going to have a major impact on this request that this agency is putting forward in front of us as well. Thank you.
Yeah, we do have another one of those coming down the line too. Planned obsolescence. We shared the Carson City campus with DPS. DPS and the first floor east wing recently moved out of an area. It's the area in blue. The area in red is what we just had a CIP project, which made our public area beautiful. It did great. And now you cross the railroad tracks into the bad neighborhood. And it really needs an update because it's right next to this other one. The doors we lovingly call Taco Bell blue. So it needs, but the main part is we're taking this area over. Currently, we have 2 separate mail rooms, one in the warehouse, one in an area of the first floor of the east wing. And we're going to combine that into one area. This area has been outdated. The area in blue. We need to, because it was background checks for DPS, that you could only enter from the exterior. So in that hallway in the blue area, we want to add 2 doors so we can have travel of the mail folks to go in and out, easy access. So that is an area we're taking over, but also the carpet's outdated, the data systems, the power's outdated. So adding 2 doors, and the top of the blue square, that's the hallway. And that's what I'm talking about. We have this wonderful CIP completed project, and then right next to it looks very old and dilapidated. The customer service desk, the remodel for the Flamingo, a lot of this I actually took from the facility condition analysis for Public Works. And basically it has, the drinking fountains aren't ADA compliant. It says the carpet shows excessive wear. It needs to be replaced with heavy-duty commercial carpet, And this was written in 5/2020. The HVAC, the rooftop units, including the Liebert. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong page. Here we go. The customer service counters and casework upgrade. The built-in counters and cabinetry are original in the building, and that needs an update for that. And also, the restroom remodel, the men and women's restrooms are subject to heavy use and should be scheduled for renovation. The finishes, sinks, toilets, exhaust fans are showing wear and deterioration. The lighting fixtures are older fluorescent, not energy efficient. What was the big area? The janitor's closet. The gypsum board is wearing out. The break room remodel associated with the cabinets and the employee break room are all original in the building. But and that's the FCA report that I'm quoting on that one. This one is for our folks down south here. I think for number 7, maybe we should go out into the parking lot and finish the presentation out in the sun, because that's what a lot of the vehicle inspectors are working in the direct sun on certain areas. It has a shade structure, but where they go, and it needs more help. The break areas and the customer waiting areas. And that includes Decatur, Flamingo, Sahara. Originally, my administrators asked us to move this one up to number 3 of our ranking, and we asked a little too late. But that is one that is important to us right now, that they're really battling with the sun. I think that one's pretty obvious. These are the pictures of the VIN stations, and what they're reporting to me is even some of the door handles are too hot to touch. You know, everybody knows around here. Number 8, parking lot addition. We don't have enough spaces at the Carson City campus for the number of staff that we have. Basically, it shows better with a picture. On the right-hand side, you see the overhead shot. To the far left, you see that dirt area, which would make great extra parking, and also along the back, the south area of the parking. Those 2 pictures I took last Tuesday from the rooftop of the warehouse. And we are always, there's people parking out in the dirt. It's just overloaded with, and that's the employee parking. Number 9, surveillance cameras. This is for Carson City. This is actually, we're asking to replace the existing cameras and also the addition of, was it 48 cameras? Including 48 cameras. I know we were asking for an addition of maybe 10 cameras for the warehouse that we don't currently have, and a couple on the exterior. But also those cameras are aging out too. Last one, our license plate factory. If they have an electrical shutdown, they do not, if they have a power outage, the inmates have to go back. They don't have to stay up and running, but much of that equipment can be damaged if it doesn't have a proper shutdown. So we're trying to get that 15-20 minutes of proper shutdown. And that's that in a nutshell for that. And we're really open to whether it's UPS or generator or both, but it doesn't have to be. And we've talked with some of the public works folks, and we've gone back and forth about UPS can be more expensive than generators, so, but we need something to prevent possible damage to machinery if we have a power outage. And this building was built in 2016. It's a great building, 2014. It's doing very well. We haven't had any damage. We have had at our old facility when the power shut down damage to the equipment. So it is possible. We've been lucky so far.
Member Manley, how often is there a power outage?
In Carson City, once every 3 months. I don't, you guys live there, right? Once every 3 months? There is, in the wintertime more often. And with some of the fires, they turn off the power too, that we've had like recently too. But I would say we have a power outage once every 3 months. That's all I have. I appreciate you guys. I tried to be, I know after your day it had to have been very long, so I tried to be to the point and bullet points and things like that. Are there any questions?
Maybe perhaps this is more of a comment. I just, you know, as stewards of the taxpayer funds and limited funds, anytime we're talking about highway funds, personally, I think we all need to be cognizant, you know, $33 million of highway funds, you know, designed for administration of collecting registration fees and the like, but also for funding the highways. And obviously that's a whole other organization. But my understanding is $33 million of highway funds could equate to about $300 million worth of NDOT jobs with the federal match. And so it goes, the money goes a long way, and that fund is currently not well funded. So I think we just need to look at them very closely when it comes to using those funding sources.
Bethany Musselman for the record. Yeah, we absolutely recognize the importance of using the highway funds appropriately, and this current state of the highway fund and the struggles that all of these agencies are facing. We do believe that these projects are important, and we've ranked them in order of what we believe is most important, especially projects that will help keep us in compliance with safety and ADA. So we appreciate your consideration.
Member Hanford, one question on the paving. So the Bryan building has got some dirt in back of it also, right? And that parking lot's always full. And so is that because that didn't get paved, which it probably should have, is that overflow into DMV and then or into NDOT and then overflow from NDOT into DMV that's creating the lack of parking spaces?
No. That, where we're located, it's a bit of a ways from the Bryan building, and this is our employee parking area only.
Yeah, I guess, but my question is because the Bryan building has some area that didn't get paved.
Right.
And that lot's always full. Are people that would be parking there if that was paved, parking at NDOT, which is pushing, again, traffic towards, or vehicles to you guys? It's
Bethany
wouldn't be there
for
if
the
that had been
record.
paved.
I don't think that we've seen any indication that that's what's happening. We do use NDOT's parking lot for our overflow employee parking. I think we just, the building itself was not set up to support the number of staff that are now reporting for work daily. And so there's just not enough parking. Even if we're not getting overflow from the Bryan building, there's not enough parking.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Have any other comments? Well, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, then, yeah, the last item on our agenda is public comment, and I guess obviously we don't have any. No, but you can make a motion to,
I would make it, Member Walker, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
you have a second?
Second.
All in
Yeah,
favor?
mainly.
Aye. Thank you for a long day today that was pretty well organized. I know that, and she was sort of a challenge. We appreciate the heads up, but I think it became apparent to them today too that it was problematic, and hopefully they will behave differently in the future. Roy tried to jump out of his chair, but the seatbelt was on.
So Michael, can you give the board a little bit of an update of when we start tomorrow, what's our agenda for tomorrow, just so we can have an idea of how many agencies we're gonna have?
Okay, so tomorrow's schedule is from 9 o'clock. We'll start at 9 o'clock. And there are 9 agencies left. We will have, we're trying to end about 3:50. They kick us out of here at 4:30. So we want to make sure we give Will plenty of time to give his updates. Other than that, if there's anything I can do to provide you guys something more tomorrow, please let me know. Pens, highlighters, water. I got a lot of water. There's a lot of water over there, so please let me know. Help out.
So can we remind the agencies to stay on time? And I can guarantee you from my administrator's report is gonna be very brief.
Perfect.
Okay, so that helps.
Thank you all.
Okay.